So good. They're healthy too. They're really good. They don't taste as good as that buffalo like drench. Those are good. I don't go there. You can go.
No, it's for the music.
Now we need elevator music. One more minute to go.
I thought you used it.
All right, good evening. It is 6 p.m., so I'll call the meeting to order. It is our May 11th, 2023 regular council meeting. Lori, can we get roll call?
Mayor Young,
Here.
Vice Mayor Brandon,
Here.
Councilmember D'Ambra, Councilmember Pinker,
Here.
Councilmember Sartori.
Here.
Okay, and the invocation and pledge of allegiance will be led by Vice Mayor Brandon.
Thank you. If you would bow your heads, please. Thank you, God, for all of your blessings that you give to this village. We do ask for your strength and guidance for our youth, our adults, and those who protect us, whether they're serving locally or in our military and overseas. We are here today to discuss topics that will move our village forward. We do take new ideas and hope for your strength that we stand head and shoulders tall. Please grant us the wisdom to make this meeting a productive one. Remove any distractions that will make this meeting unproductive. We start with you and we will end with you as always. Thank you for all your blessings. Amen.
Amen.
Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, I'd like to get a motion to approve the agenda with 2 revisions. I'd like to add a first presentation at a proclamation for Poppy Days, and then under the regular agenda, add a letter to Governor DeSantis' office in advocating funding for our Dover Ditch project.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, Lori, would you like to read the first proclamation, the Poppy Days?
American Legion Auxiliary Poppy Days, May 20th and 21st, 2023. Whereas the red poppy is a symbol of the American veterans' sacrifices, and whereas the poppy honors every veteran who fought and died in the service of his or her country, and whereas each poppy is handmade by disabled veterans at the Veterans Administrative Medical Center in St. Petersburg, Florida. Whereas all monies that are collected are used exclusively for the local veterans and their families. Now therefore, I, Molly Young, Mayor of the Village of Tequesta, Florida, by virtue of the authority vested in me, do hereby proclaim May 20th and 21st, 2023 as Poppy Days in the Village of Tequesta, and in doing so, urge all citizens to join in a national effort to raise the awareness of the men who gave their all for our freedom.
Thank you, and I think there's someone here to accept it today. Okay, and moving on, our second proclamation today is Water Reuse Week. No one's here? Okay, so we won't read that. And then our final proclamation is declaring National Emergency Medical Services Week.
National Emergency Medical Services Week, May 21st through 27th, 2023. Whereas emergency medical services is a vital public service, and whereas the members of emergency medical services teams are ready to provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And whereas access to quality emergency care dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness or injury. Whereas the emergency medical services system consists of emergency physicians, emergency nurses, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, firefighters, police officers, dispatchers, educators, administrators, and others. And whereas the members of emergency medical services teams, whether career or volunteer, engage in thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills. And whereas it is appropriate to recognize the value and accomplishments of emergency medical services providers by designating Emergency Medical Services Week. Now therefore, I, Molly Young, Mayor of the Village of Tequesta, do hereby proclaim the week of May 21st through 27th, 2023 as Emergency Medical Services Week with the theme EMS, or Emergency Care Begins, and encourage residents of the Village of Tequesta to observe this week with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities.
Chief True will accept this one. So I'm happy to be able to issue all these proclamations. And for the Poppy Days, I have to say I have a beautiful poppy that I hang above my desk at home. And every time I look at it, it truly does remind me of the veterans and the sacrifices they've made. And with our EMS and our public safety, I think it goes without saying that we are, so lucky to have you. You're so important, and the whole village really cherishes our public safety department. Thank you for everything you guys do. Okay, moving on now. Presentation 3 is the acceptance of our annual comprehensive financial report. Jeff?
Well, tonight we have a partner from Malden and Jenkins. It's a top-shelf regional firm that does our annual audit. And with that, I will introduce Wade Sansbury, and he will tell you how we did.
Thanks, Jeff. Let's see. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Thank you so much for allowing me to be with you all again today. Like Jeff said, I've got a brief presentation for you all. I'll go really, really quick, but if you all have any questions at any point in time, just feel free to jump right on in. Okay, first couple slides are just some information about Malden and Jenkins. We are a large regional accounting firm. We do serve over 700 governments currently here in the Southeast. We're very proud of our governmental practice. Just skip on over there. One thing to remember, in the past, we used to call the report a comprehensive annual financial report, a CAFR. The GASB changed that a couple of years ago, so this is probably going to be the last time I mention that to you all. Just as a reminder, it is an ACFR now, an annual comprehensive financial report. And that's kind of the breakup of what's included in the report. In the financial section is the MD&A, the management's discussion and analysis. If you don't look at anything else within the large document, I would recommend that you do read the MD&A. It's got a lot of good information that the city itself puts together that helps the reader understand a lot of the changes from 21 to 2022. As a reminder, the statements themselves are the responsibility and the representation of management. Our responsibility was to conduct an audit and then to express an opinion. We have done so. We've issued you all an unmodified opinion. This is the type of opinion that you all wish to receive each and every year. So that's very, very good. Also in the report is what we call the Yellow Book report on compliance. If there were any kind of issues, any kind of findings, material weaknesses, or significant deficiencies, those would be reported here. Very happy to report that there were no current year findings. Jeff, Tatiana, and the overall staff do a great job of taking care of your books and records on a day-to-day basis, and certainly do a really good job in helping us with the overall audit process. Additionally, sometimes the village would receive and expend in excess of the $750,000 threshold for federal or state awards. You all did reach that threshold again this year. You did receive about $1.5 million, mostly from ARPA funds, which required us to do an additional single audit. We again noted no issues with regard to the use of those funds. Here are several slides regarding required communications. I won't go over all of those. I would just like to point out that auditor independence is something that we at Malden & Jenkins take very, very seriously, and we are, in fact, independent with regard to the village. Here's just some high-level information, statistical information about the village for 2022. The next slide is as of 2021. For the year ended, the village spent about $2,800 per resident for governmental activities. The general fund had another good overall increase of about 25%, ending with a little over $8 million in total fund balance for the year. Your total debt per resident, right at $1,500. Again, not a bad stat. You're right at 100 total employees here at the village. And there's also some average employee and budget information as well. The same information as of 2021. This is just a slide regarding where the money comes from in the general fund, the majority of which is from your property taxes, about $8.2 million. Next slide, where does that go? Typically, public safety, that is your largest overall expenditure category. This is a slide on the general fund 5-year history. Certainly over the last 2 years, you've seen a good, strong overall increase to, again, right at about $8 million. And unassigned fund balance represents about 115 days of expenditures, which is good. That's above the GFOA recommended amount. This slide just is a little bit of information on your operating revenues for your business type activities. Clearly, the water fund is charging enough revenues to cover its operations. The stormwater is typically somewhat funded through transfers from the general fund, and the refuse and recycling is pretty much a break even. Some comparison for 21 to 22. Then lastly, as an additional report, we provide to you all what we call the AD&A, the Auditor's Discussion and Analysis. It's kind of a summary level document that gives you a lot of information on all of those required communications, as well as all of upcoming GASB statements that may be applicable to you all in the future. And then at the very back of that, we list out the fact that our firm provides free CPE, continuing professional education, for your finance department. That's something that we've done for many, many years. And certainly, we hope that you all have been able to take care of that or take advantage of that, your finance department, and certainly you all are open to taking that as well. We've been doing that virtually, so it's very, very easy. There's no travel involved whatsoever. And that's really all that I had today. Do y'all have any questions for me?
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Yeah, just thank you for that. That was very helpful. Anything generally we could improve upon from what you see?
Really, the only thing that I noted would be in the business type activities. Again, your stormwater activities. You are having to subsidize that from general fund. Just potentially look at the charges that you are charging the citizens for that to possibly be able to be self-sustaining and cover its own operations by itself. Okay. That's really it. I think that the finance department does a really, really good job They're taking care of everything. They certainly do a good job, like I mentioned, in getting us what we need to do the audit. You know, the grant compliance is also very significant. They've done a great job with that as well. So again, hats off to the finance department.
Great, thank you, Hans. Good to hear.
Thank you again, as Patrick said, for the great work you guys do every year. In the spirit of efficiency, you know, Patrick had asked what we could do better. Is there's things that we're maybe doing that might be a belts and suspenders, something that we can do, take a little bit of, not, you don't ever want to cut corners at all, but things that we're doing that maybe are redundant or really not necessary. Or are you happy? I know you look at the kind of you make sure that we're following our procedures, not looking at the safety and soundness of them, but are we doing things that perhaps aren't necessary?
Well, you know, the audit that we conduct is a financial statement audit. Kind of what you're talking about maybe is more of an operational type audit. We do have personnel, actually we just expanded that personnel this past week. So we have a tremendous amount of advisory experience. If that's something that you all would like for us to do, we'd be more than happy to talk to you all about that. There's nothing that I noted in the audit process that would cover that. But certainly that's not my area, and that was not the purpose of the audit.
Understood. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
There was a couple items on the consent agenda that I know had to do with policies and procedures. Would that cover any of what Councilmember Sartori was just questioning, or is that a whole different?
Yes and no. I think it's probably a little different, but it did look at a few of our policies and procedures, but not a holistic approach of it.
Okay. Vice Mayor Brandon, any comments, questions?
Yeah, I'm good. That really was short.
Quick question. Several places in the audit, there were statements that this is not a legal determination of village compliance. So who's doing that? Like is that, Keith, do you do that? Or is that something that the state reviews, or just caught my eye a couple times?
I think you're talking about what was in the Yellow Book report, and then as well as some of the investment compliance reports. That's really an AICPA caveat that almost all auditors, or really all auditors, have to follow to put that language in our documents. You know, we are not attorneys. We're not giving you a legal opinion on things, but certainly when it comes to overall compliance with state laws and regulations that we looked at, you had no issues.
Okay. And then I don't know if this is a question for you or maybe even Jeff, but so our general revenue has increased the past 2 years. This year, because of the federal funds we've got, and then you know, a huge increase in tax revenues. And expenditures have increased as well, but I know during our budget cycle, it was determined that the increase in expenditures, because of inflation, they were less than the increase in revenue. So the revenue is outpacing still. So knowing that those federal funds are going to be gone soon, and there could be a potential for a dip in tax revenue, are we doing any future forecasts, projections, outlooks on how to prepare for that and what that is going to look like?
I think I'll pass that to Jeff.
Yes, ma'am. That's something we do annually. Take a look at how things are going. Talk with the manager about it. So, yeah, we're trying to pay close attention to that.
How far out are we looking?
5 years.
5 years?
My
Okay.
crystal ball gets really cloudy.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. All right. That's all I had. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on to the consent agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Can I get-
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Moving on. Communications from citizens not pertaining to an agenda item. Lori, do you have any?
I guess, Pastor Paul Beresford.
Evening, Council.
Evening.
Several years ago, I had the honor and privilege of speaking at our annual Memorial Day service at Riverside Cemetery. And it was an experience I'll never forget. And I share with all of our people the proper way of folding our American flag. There are 13 folds in the flag, and each fold has a specific meaning. And I'm saying all that to say that Carol and I would like to invite all of you on May 21st, that's a week from this Sunday, at the New Life Chapel at the campus of Hennessholm for a flag folding ceremony honoring our country and our flag. And it's really a cool thing. One of our newest residents, Navy Lieutenant John Kowalczyk, is a retired Navy lieutenant. He's flown over 320 arrested landings in U.S. aircraft carriers and over 15 world interceptions of Soviet aircraft in his career. And he's going to assist me as we go through the process of folding our flag. And so I would like to personally invite Carol and I, all of you, to join us that night. It's going to be a very special evening of just honoring our country and our freedom and our American flag. And we would like you all to come. I invite all of our ladies that were here from the American Legion to come. Public safety, of course, men and women, firefighters and police, all of you here tonight. It's going to be a very special time. 6 o'clock on May 21st at New Life Chapel. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Paul.
Any other?
Okay. All right, moving on, agenda item 8, appointments for several of our boards and committees. Lori?
Yes, so, for the Environmental Advisory Committee, we have 3 seats that are open. Seat 1, which was vacated by Mr. Shaw, who recently resigned. Seat 5 is Russ Redmond. He has requested reappointment. And seat 7, Jessica Namath, she as well has requested reappointment. Both members have served well and have been engaged in attending meetings. We have a new applicant, one new applicant for the vacant position, and that is Michelle Shearhouse. I did reach out to Maria Meese to let her know, as you know, she was a lady who was interested previously. She said she was interested. She said she couldn't attend this council meeting. I said that was not a problem and to go ahead and please apply, and she has not reached back out to me after that communication. So we have 1 open seat and 1 new applicant for that board.
Okay, and I think, is Michelle here?
Yes.
Do you want to come up and just introduce yourself and tell us why you want to join the environmental committee?
She also applied for the planning and zoning board.
Yes.
So,
So I'm Michelle Shearhouse, and I've started my interest, I guess, with our Residence Academy that we're engaged in right now, which is a great opportunity to learn. I didn't even realize that we had volunteer opportunities to serve for council, and then spoke and found out that we have those positions open. And I went to the workshop yesterday and saw what environmental committee was doing and what their aspects are. And it's an interest, and just the basic, to sum up everything that they express that they've done so far. It's summarized in the well-being of our community in an environmental aspect is just a part of being in a wonderful community, and I'd like to be a part of it. If you have any questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions from Michelle?
No questions, but I would like to make a note that Mrs. Shearhouse does have personal experience being in different parts of Florida, such as more woodsy areas, northern areas, and obviously in our village. So if she were to be placed on this committee, I think she's bringing a good all-angle aspect when we're talking about Florida environments. Just add that. I always look for someone that has well-roundedness for Florida, because Florida is very unique in our environment. And my question for Lori is, refresh my memory, does this make, if the board is, or the committee as a general whole, is it just the 1 seat that's open, even though that's just the odd seats this year?
Well, all 3 seats are open.
I mean, so would they have a quorum? Like, they aren't super empty, right?
No. 'Cause
Okay.
we have only 1 vacancy.
Okay.
But all 3 seats are open. If you had more applicants, then you could
Okay.
let somebody, change that out if you so desired. But I don't know if Russ Redmond is here. I know that Jessica Namath is here, and they both have served very well.
Yeah, I'm fine with
Once
that.
you appoint, should you appoint those 2, reappoint them, and should you appoint the C1 vacancy, you would have a full board.
Okay. I only asked because there were some changes and some people moved out of state, and it's been a little difficult to follow. I mean, I'm fine if we want to reappoint the current members in seat 5 and seat 7, and appoint Mrs. Shearhouse into seat 1. That's where I stand.
Does anyone want to second that?
I will second that.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, moving on, Planning and Zoning Board.
Planning and zoning, we have 2 regular member positions open and 3 alternate member positions. All of the current members for those positions have asked to be reappointed. Liz Shower is a regular member. Janet Strand, who's currently the chair, and she is a regular member. We have alternate 1, Sherry Ambrose, alternate 2, Jean McAlney, and alternate 3, Marie Sapiri. All of the applicants who are requesting reappointment, those 2 have served the Planning and Zoning Board very well, are engaged, and attend the meetings. We do have 2 new applicants. Michelle Shearhouse, we've appointed her to the EAC, so that leaves another applicant, Marco Valdez, who is requesting to be appointed. It would be up to you as to whether you want to continue with your current members or if you want to make a change.
Okay, thank you. And I think, is Marco here? I felt like, oh, he's right there. Want to come up and introduce yourself and tell us why you have interest in the Planning and Zoning Board?
Good evening. My name is Marco Valdez. I live in Tequesta Pines. I've raised my family here. I've been here for 29 years. Been an active member in the Tequesta Pines Property Owners Association since the 90s, off and on. I've served under 6 presidents. And I too, like Michelle, just got engaged with the village regarding the Residence Academy. So I think it's been a fantastic experience. My wife and I are really enjoying it. So hats off to the council, and Jeremy's here every Wednesday to shepherd us through those processes, and I really appreciate that. So I wanted to attend the Resident Academy because I wanted to find some more volunteer opportunities and learn more about the village and meet people. And so 2 of those 3 have already taken care of, and the volunteer would be the last objective that I'd like to meet regarding the Resident Academy.
Thank you. Any questions?
I got nothing.
Thank you.
And Mayor,
Thank you.
Historically, if there's a vacancy on a regular position, you would move an alternate 1 up, and then you move alternate 2 up and so forth. So obviously it's up to you what you would like to do.
Okay. Council?
So I don't know if anybody else follows the P&Z meetings. I do watch them and listen to them, and lately, this year, I have been happy with the feedback and the commentary that they have been giving. It used to be a little quiet, and I really appreciate the constructive feedback, the negatives, the pros, and for me, that's helpful, because then when I come to our meeting, I've already gotten more information that I need to do on my part, my due diligence. So right now, I feel like it's got a good flow to it. I think they're making good strides, and they're giving good feedback. I would like to see, I always am interested in adding new fresh blood to it when there's an opportunity, but for right now, I'm happy with the way it stands listed.
I agree with the Vice Mayor. It's unfortunate for somebody with the resume and the qualifications of Mr. Valdez, but the 2 regulars and the 3 alternates have done a tremendous job, and it's unfortunate it's hard to break into the starting lineup for this committee, but I do hope that if there is some movement down the road and we need to appoint another alternate, that I do hope that Mr. Valdez continues to keep an interest in it, and I appreciate what you're doing. It's a tough spot to be in right now. So, but thank you for what you're doing, and I'm very happy with the lineup that we have.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I make a motion to keep the current members the way that they are.
All right. Can I get a
Second.
second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Yes, I would agree. Marco, please stay engaged, apply again. We do have a history of, people that didn't get in the first round, but they apply again and they get on the board the second time. So definitely, we want to see you again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on, we have the General Employee Pension Board. We have 2 trustee positions that their terms came up. It's Bernard Ward, he is here this evening. And Julie Mitchell. And I have no new applicants, and they both have requested to be reappointed to the position, and they too have done a fabulous job for our pension board.
Okay. Then I didn't see her. Do you want to just do the public safety? I think we can do both at the same time. It's the same
Sure.
same
We
issue.
have 2 positions open on that as well. Christopher Coles, who is a current member, he could not make it tonight, and he had a previous engagement, and I believe he serves as the chair of the Public Safety Pension Board. And then the other opening is, and he's requesting reappointment, and then we do have a vacancy, and Mr. Hudson is a new applicant for that position. So with the reappointment of Chris Coles and the appointment of David Hudson, we have a full board.
Okay, and I think David's here. Do you want to come up and introduce yourself?
Sure. And he's been very active on several committees.
Fellow council members, I'm David Hudson. I live in Cuesta Pines on Hickory Hill Road. My wife and I have been there for 37 years. We've raised our daughters into Cuesta, and we love our village. And I too am a member of the Residence Academy with Marco, Michelle. So I got to say that academy's shown to be quite the recruiting effort. But I did volunteer last year for the Charter Review Board. That was a totally enjoyable experience, getting to know a little better the village staff and what a good staff we have here at the village. So I'm just looking for another opportunity to volunteer if I have the credentials. I don't know if I do or not.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
I just for Mr. Hudson, he would be replacing me. I just rolled off 2 years on the Public Safety Pension Board. Chris Cowles is doing a fantastic job as chair, and I know Mr. Hudson will do a great job in it as well. That board and our employee pension board, general employee, is so important to the to the well-being of our first responders and our employees, and it's a difficult task to be in, especially if you're not around it. You meet once a quarter, so it's going to take you a while. Don't feel like you're a deer in the headlights. It's going to feel like that. But it's a great group of people, great investment advisors. So very happy with what we have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so for the General Employee Pension Board and the Public Safety Pension Board,
Do them together.
yep, do you guys want to make a motion
All
on
right, so I'll
those?
make a motion for the General Employee Pension Board to reappoint Bernard Ward and Julie Mitchell. And for the Public Safety Pension Board to reappoint Christopher Cowles and newly appoint David Hudson into the empty seat.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right.
Lastly, can I get just one overall motion for the actual resolution? Motion and approval for the actual resolution.
Okay, so I make a motion for resolution number 07-23.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye. I'm not gonna read all.
All right.
I think our audience is done with this.
All right, moving on. Our standing reports. Village Attorney.
Nothing significant. My office is finishing up now that the legislative session has ended and the bleeding is slowing down. We're doing our annual update, and we'll have that document for you shortly with the good, the bad, and the ugly. And that's all I have for you tonight.
Okay, any questions for Keith? All right, moving on. Village Manager.
So I'd like to start just by congratulating Molly Young for getting the Hometown Hero Award. I think if you haven't, you obviously may have seen the award come out, but for any of you that don't know, the work that Molly has put in on the committees and going to Tallahassee, and just the endless work that she does day in, day out, send me stuff and keep me on my toes. I think she's done an amazing job, and I congratulate her for that.
Thank you.
The EAC meeting did hold their a meeting. What's today? I guess today's Thursday. So yesterday, we'd like to congratulate Mr. Tom Bradford for getting reelected again, and Jessica Namath for being the vice chair of that EAC committee. The current state budget does have two good things in it for us, which is a 50-50 matching grant for the Remembrance Park. So we would match up to $200,000. So that is in the current budget. And then the other item that you guys will be approving a letter to try to continue the support of that project is the Dover Ditch project, which was part of the Loxahatchee River District Initiative. We were the #1 project on that list of 9. And so we, in the budget currently, as long as it doesn't get redlined, We are getting 157,500, in which we will split with Jupiter 60/40. And so we are hoping to get that. I think it just shows the work that Molly has done to try to push the village forward with some of those initiatives. So with that, you have my report.
Thank you. Any questions for Jeremy? No. Okay. Moving on, I know I skipped it. Oh, that's fine. Thank you. Moving on, police department.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. You do have my report for the month. Just a couple of things that I want to highlight, obviously, in regards to training. We continue to send people to training. Sergeant Yield does a phenomenal job with that. Two things I really want to point out is May 19th, Detective K-9 Loney will be honored by the Jupiter Masonic Lodge at the Community Center in Jupiter for his efforts with the village and the police department. And lastly, I'd like to, in case everyone doesn't know, Jupiter Inlet Colony Chief John Pruitt will be retiring after 34 years of service. We have a great relationship with Jupiter Inlet Colony. Obviously, our fire service does their fire for them. John's been a great partner. He's done a phenomenal job, and I just want to publicly thank him for everything he's done for Colony as well as the village of Tequesta. I'm also on the panel to select their next chief of police, so I do have the ability to look at, who's coming through and stuff, and I'm sure ultimately the commissioners will pick the best person to lead the police department. So I just wanted to thank John publicly for everything he's done for us. With that, you have my report unless you have any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for the chief?
No. None.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, up next, fire department.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, Mr. Manager, Mr. Attorney, and Village Clerk. You do have my report. I'll be happy to answer any questions. One thing I want to highlight is in April, of course, our vehicle committee did go to Ohio. We did conduct the final inspection on our new ladder truck. A couple weeks ago, we also sent a team to the west coast of Florida where they worked with them on installing equipment and radios, and see some of the pictures up there now. And I'm happy to report that next Wednesday, this truck's going to be making a little visit here where it will come down the road, lights and sirens, make a lot of noise, and pull into our parking lot. So yes, we're getting the truck. We should see it on Wednesday. I expect about 6 weeks of training, and there'll be some sort of push-in ceremony we're anticipating in July at this point. So we are thrilled beyond belief to get this truck and the equipment that comes with it. So we're very excited. So you want to come over and see it Wednesday, as soon as you hear the noise, come on in and see it. I'm sure we'll have to wash a few of the bugs off of it, but aside from that, it's a beautiful, beautiful piece of equipment. We're very excited. The other thing I'm gonna mention, Chief Medina already mentioned that Chief Pruitt is retiring from Jupiter Inlet Colony. We've had a great working relationship with Chief Pruitt, and he will absolutely be missed. Along the same line, we said goodbye to one of our longtime captains, Captain Bill Newbern. His final shift in retirement ceremony was on April 7th, and we did celebrate his retirement during the month. And I'm not supposed to end on bad news. My boss is really not good on ending on bad news. So I'm not going to make this bad news, but I am going to remind everybody that hurricane season starts June 1st, and we should be making our preparations now, not later. So do it now, get prepared. Like I like to say, be prepared, not scared, and we'll all get through this just like we have done in the past. So with that, you have my report. Are there any questions?
No questions, but I just want to say thank you. I'm a Florida girl, and we don't do tornadoes. And back in the 80s, they taught us in school to go underneath our desk and just hold on to the legs of the desk, which makes no sense now. But also, back in the day, it used to be that mobile home parks always used to get the tornadoes if any of them touched down. And now that we don't have those, we are seeing the tornadoes pop up randomly. And it seems like each year there's a couple more popping up, and they're not just funnel clouds. So yes, the helpful information on kind of what you're supposed to do, because all I've been told by my northern friends or southwest friends is that they sound like trains. So I appreciate you adding that to kind of our hurricane information, because full disclosure, I'm going into that like a deer in headlights.
We're trying to expand our reach on that. My team and I actually just spent a few days at the Governor's Hurricane Conference, and They cover all kinds of things, including tornadoes at that conference. So great wealth of knowledge, and we're going to try to start sharing some of that with the community. So you'll see more social media posts, more posts to the website, things like that.
But even just the other aspect, like there was that video floating on social media with the gentleman in his car filming the tornado going by and the car flips over. See, I would have no idea what to do with that. And with my children in the car, what is the protocol if you're on the road? Do you just drive the other way? Stuff like that.
Yeah, are you asking?
No, I'm just saying if you include those. So I know what to do in floods, I know what to do in hurricanes, but this Florida girl doesn't do tornadoes. That's kind of why I live in Florida.
We like to say we run from water, we hide from wind.
Okay,
So that's I would stick with that.
but I appreciate adding that as our weather is starting to change
Absolutely.
and get a little more angry.
Confidence.
All right, thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on, Utilities Department.
Hi, good evening. Marjorie Craig, Utilities Director. And one of the places I lived growing up as a military brat was Kansas. But there were, of course, there were tornado shelters, so when you go down, you know, if you have, well, we don't have those here. And they do sound like trains.
Okay.
So there's a lot of words in my report, so I'm not going to go through all the words. I'm going to highlight the VA, and most of the items in here, there's something on the agenda for them. I am going to talk a little bit about the vulnerability assessment. The consultant's currently working on the exposure analysis, which has the 3 components: coastal analysis, inland analysis, and then combined. It says in the report that they'll soon have a webpage available for the village staff for the mapping for the coastal analysis. We do have that in-house, and so we're evaluating that or taking a look at that. And and my report also talks about how they're going to set up a model and for the next component for the inland analysis, and that'll be the next stage, and then do the combined report. The other thing I wanted to talk a little bit about is the UF, or the intern will be coming on Monday. We selected an intern. She's coming from UF. There is definitely a coincidental effect of the your charts being blue and orange. There seems to be a coincidental thing. And as you pull out your chart, you may, happy news that we had more revenue in April because of the dry weather in March. So that's, of course, irrigation. So that's my highlights for now. It's going to be a long night, and you'll see something for Dover Ditch on next month's agenda. We're going to go ahead and hire the engineer to start the final design and the permitting, because I'm told that the core permit will be 6 to 9 months, and we want to be ready, assuming the governor doesn't veto it, ready to go in July. Thank you. Any
Thanks,
questions?
Marjorie.
No.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, and I realize I did skip over communications from council. Is there any communications from council tonight?
I just want to say and just recognize the staff, not knowing from, we have our village manager is head of the Village Managers Association, I believe, or something to that effect. Chief Medina is head of the police chiefs. I mean, I think Chief Truby's done a million things in his career. I just think that Lori's been very involved in we have a tremendous leadership team, for a village of 6,100 or 6,200 people, the quality of people that we have. That's what I want to recognize in communication from me tonight.
None.
No.
None?
Simple. I like it. So I have a couple things, and I do also want to congratulate our mayor on the 2023 Florida Leagues of City Home Rule Hero. Because if you guys don't know, sometimes the state is trying to take away from that home rule authority from local municipalities for us to make those decisions for you guys. And it's been a battle, and she has definitely put in the time. I love that I'm hearing that we're getting more interns. I love internships. I think they're great for our youth. I think they're great opportunities. I really like that. So thank you for taking that on. I also like that we have a lot of resident academy comments, and that's becoming more popular, because that's not something, once you come out of especially like high school or college and you're not in student government, you don't really get to learn a lot about your government. You just have to hear from them, right? That's never fun. So I really like that you guys are getting really involved in that, and that we have good feedback. I'd like to see that keep going in the future. It is a lot of fun too. It's not hardcore government. That's fun. I did take a tour of the waste management facility, which isn't huge, but the engineer nerdy brain of mine is very fascinated by their process and their compressed air, our fuel lines. They have told us, if you guys follow Jupiter, they replaced Jupiter's trash cans for the automated systems. We are not up yet, but it will be coming to us in the future. So they are already taking the negative feedback they got from Jupiter and the hiccups they had and already trying to figure out a game plan how to not have us go through that and approach it in a more successful, productive manner. Also communicating more efficiently for our residents based on our locations and whatnot. And they will be coming in the future once they get their ducks in a row. The other thing, summer is coming, so get excited. In 2 weeks, schools end and our youth will be out and about, so please watch out for them because they are crazy and they will be riding their bikes, so please turn down the streets safely. The other thing is, I don't want to say it's an issue, but there is some issues at some of our local parks and our public areas where we have some tweens and teens maybe misbehaving and not being super polite. PD has told us and residents that the proper thing to do is to call their non-emergency line and let them come be a part of it, and they will help educate the kids because we obviously can't control parenting, but we obviously want our parks and public areas to feel safe and, hold some respect. So we're going to work together as a community to try and keep our youth in line. So friendly reminder, be nice, no pushing, watch your language. Fire chief, I discovered something the other day. So I was following your Facebook. I was, and I clicked on the frequently asked questions, which took me to your page on the website, and it says, or it reminded me that we were established in 1993, which means this fall is our 30-year anniversary, and we have a new truck coming, so it's like the stars aligned. So I would just like to say that I would love it if council and staff and the village residents got to acknowledge and celebrate the 30-year service for the fire. Hint, hint, plan something.
We have a loose plan we're putting together for what we would call a 30th birthday party.
Oh, that's sweet.
I'll leave it at that.
I like celebrations, I like traditions, and celebrating the positive things in life, so that is all.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want to really, it was an honor receiving that award, but I really have to thank everyone that got us there. It started with council who, took the time to go through and put together a resolution for a lot of the bills that we were going to track during the session, which gave Jeremy and myself permission to go ahead and advocate during session. And, both Lori and Jeremy were on state policy committees as well this session, and they, like I said, Jeremy's probably so excited session's over, so he's not going to have emails and phone calls from me. We have to reach out about this and this and that. So it really was a team effort. So I just want to thank everyone, and we're close. It's about done. We have the one letter we're going to hopefully approve at the end of the agenda, but it really was a team effort. So I just want to thank everyone for that because it's really important to protect our home rule. Okay, let's move on to the regular agenda. Under old business, item number 13 is second reading of ordinance number 06-23, which has to deal with our conceptual presentation process.
Thank you, Mayor. Ordinance 0623, an ordinance of the Village Council of the Village of DeQuesta, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances at Chapter 78 zoning, Section 78-4 definitions, revising the existing definition for the terms major and minor redevelopment, and at Section 78-332 pre-application meeting, optional pre-application review process to modify the section heading and clarify instances when conceptual presentations to the Village Council are required, and also at Appendix D, land development fee schedule to contemplate both mandatory and optional conceptual presentations to the Village Council and increase fees for both, providing that each and every other section, subsection, Chapter 78 shall remain in full force and effect as previously adopted, providing that Appendix D, land development fee schedule shall remain in full force and effect as previously adopted, providing conflicts clause, severability clause, authority to codify effective date and for other purposes. This is second reading. The edit
as directed from first reading is on page 2. We changed the word his to the, and otherwise this is back before you for final adoption.
Thank you. Any council comments or questions? No? Any public comment? Okay, can I get a motion?
Make a motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, moving on, agenda item 14 is second reading of ordinance number 07-23, having to do with rezoning of the property we own between the railroad tracks and Cypress Drive.
Thank you, Mayor. Ordinance 0723, ordinance of the Village Council, Village of Tequesta, Florida, providing for the rezoning of certain real property within the corporate limits of the Village of Tequesta, which property consists of 1.03 acres more or less of land located immediately west of the Florida East Coast Railway, south of Tequesta Drive, providing that this real property, which is more specifically described herein, shall be rezoned from the village zoning designation of C3 General Commercial to the village zoning designation of ROP Recreation Open Space, providing that the zoning map of the Village of Tequesta be amended to reflect the proper designation for this real property, providing conflicts clause, severability clause, effective date, and for other purposes. Second reading.
Thank you. Council comments, questions? Oh, any public comment? Can I get a motion?
Motion?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, agenda item 15, consider approval for the renewal of CrowdStrike MDR services. Brad?
Evening, Council. This is just a annual renewal of our existing managed detection and response service from CrowdStrike. They've been with us for a few years now, and they're doing a good job. No reason to get rid of them yet, so suggest that we approve this item. I'm here to answer any questions you have.
Council?
I'm good.
Nope, no questions.
Okay, thank you, Brad. Any public comment? No? Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, moving on to new business, agenda item 16, consider request from Loxahatchee Environmental Control District to allow for extended work hours. Doug?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. You have in your packet a request from Loxahatchee Environmental Control District to work extended hours on Country Club Drive, lining critical infrastructure. We have representatives from Loxahatchee here this evening that can answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Council.
Do you have any questions?
Yes.
Yes. We have Aubrey Arrington, he's the Executive Director.
Thank you for being here. Phase 1, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. I understand the need for that. Can you explain to me or help me understand the need for 24 hours a day work, and how do we get to this point? Like, why are we trying to? It seems like we're trying to do 3 months worth of work in 1 month. Can you explain to me how we got to where we are?
So I think how we got to where we are is because we're trying to be diligent and proactively maintain our assets. And so you have a map in your packet that shows green lines that have been maintained, that have been lined, and red lines that have not yet been lined. In a general sense, a normal diameter sewer pipe on smaller streets serving smaller amounts of flow is an 8-inch or maybe a 10-inch sewer pipe. Lining that size pipe is a pretty standard process. The amount of time to set up a bypass, so keep in mind, these are sewer systems, so wastewater flows 24/7. We don't run around and tell everyone to turn off, right, all your faucets or the water in your house. So we set up a bypass so that the system is maintained in function while we're working on a piece of pipe. And imagine a white tube sock filled with resin. They invert that tube sock through the pipe that's underneath the ground, and then they heat it in order to cure the resin. Whenever they're done, they go through and they reinstate laterals, so all the little teeny red spokes coming off, right, or the individual homes flowing in, so they reinstate those. On a normal 8-inch pipe, you can do that, and generally you go manhole to manhole. You don't have seams in the interior. That's why the 300-foot comment is in there. So we'll set it on one manhole, run the liner to the other manhole, pull it out, do the magic, cures, we reinstate the services, and we're on to the next one. Normal 8-inch gravity gravity lines we can do in a reasonable work period. And we haven't been here before asking you guys for this exception. Larger diameter pipes, 18, 20, 21, 24-inch pipes, you just simply physically cannot do all of the work necessary to the time it takes to set up the bypass, to put in the liner, to cure the liner, to reinstate the services. It's physically impossible to do that. And so the alternative, because I do understand there was a question, well, what if you don't approve this? So the alternatives are, and again, this is entirely preventive maintenance, like changing the oil in your car. You don't have to change the oil in your car, but at some point you'll be walking if you don't, right? Same with us. If we don't do this, we can wait for the system to fail, which is clearly no one desires, because then the road's closed, not just one lane, both lanes, and the impact to the community is much more massive. The other would be if this was absolutely unacceptable. Then the other is we just literally, we don't try and do a cured in place pipe liner, we just go in and dig up the pipe and replace it with a new piece of pipe. Also, infinitely more impacts than what we were trying to do here. That might have been a little longer winded than you want, but I was trying to give you a legitimate answer.
So we're doing in 300-foot increments, and that's
because
per
you're going
day.
manhole to manhole, because otherwise you have to have access to both ends of this liner when it's going, and it just by definition, you're manhole to manhole. Otherwise, we'd be digging up a hole in the middle between two manholes, and that's.
Understood. Is that length, that segment done on a daily basis?
Right, the intention is the days of work and the duration of this, right? So as a contractor, they're a well-functioning, respected contractor. This isn't like someone who figured this out yesterday.
Right.
So they're coming in, they're gonna, first thing they do, well, we clean and TV, you said that's within reasonable hours, you're cool with that. But we first do go in, we clean the line and we TV the line to figure out if there are any unknowns, because that's what kills you in a lot of underground work is unknown. So we clean it, TV it, so we actually try and mitigate any unknowns before we're standing on the side of the road trying to figure this out. So now we have a very good idea of what's going on, and we go in, they set up the bypass, step one, set up the bypass, then we're gonna pull the liner through, then we're gonna cure the liner, then we're gonna reinstate the services, and then we have to demobilize to get onto the next section. The good news in the route, right, I live in this community, I understand, right, we're all neighbors and no one wants to infuriate someone with work in the middle of the night. The good news is that this work will literally inchworm down the road, manhole to manhole, manhole to manhole, and so the impacts on any one resident should be relatively short-lived. Depending how close they are to a manhole, they'll hear it, you know, the one day when they're working upstream, the next day, and then we're down the road.
So about 2 days would be the worst case scenario if you're right at that manhole.
That's what I would expect.
So, okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. So I guess phase two obviously is probably the more impactful. But as far as the sound, if you're one of a residence that's near one of these 300 feet lines and it falls in phase two, or obviously they need light, right? So there's
absolutely,
yeah. So what kind of sound and light are we talking if you're one of those residents?
So the intention is we have to work in an illuminated space. Any of your public works people, right? Because we often will intentionally work in other areas in the middle of the night because that's when very few people are using the sewer systems, and so we'll proactively go work in the middle of the night to avoid sewer overflows or impacts to the functioning of the system. But not so in this case. This is a small residential community. So we have to illuminate the space. We will have maintenance of traffic set up, right? So, right, the road will be cut down to one lane of traffic in general. The lights you've seen them on construction jobs. This isn't I-95. We're not trying to illuminate, 3 lanes of traffic. We're trying to illuminate a workspace.
Yeah.
They're clearly not going to be intended to be illuminating someone's bedroom window. Again, this is a contractor we've worked with. We believe that they are reasonably respectful to the residents. So we will have light trees, and honestly, what we assume to be the worst noise is just going to be stupid backup alarms on trucks when they're backing up. And I don't know how to undo that,
Yeah.
right? It's a safety protocol that most well-functioning safety, so I bet all of the villages' legit vehicles have backup alarms on them.
Yeah.
So to me, those two, right, light and sound, as far as pulling the liner in, as far as curing the liner, so the liner, correct me if I'm doing steam or hot water.
Yeah, they can use steam or hot water, and then most of the lining will be intended to be happening during we'll call it the daytime hours, maybe not that 12-hour period, because it will take longer to cure. That's the whole reason we're here, is the curing process on the larger diameter pipes.
Okay.
Is longer than 12 hours, and then we have to reinstate and cut every single lateral at night. If you do not, then service will be impaired, we can have a backup.
Yeah.
So the outside, so it's Courtney Jones, our Director of Engineering, that here for all of your technical needs. So the idea is, in the morning, the early hours, that would be maybe before normal starting, and then in the evening, typically that's gonna be setting up the bypass and breaking down and moving. It's not gonna be the fundamental key part of the lining effort. The intent is for that to be generally during the normal business hours.
Okay. And then are we achieving a much or a shorter work period out of this, or is it simply that it is required to have a full day? And
So we have to go manhole to manhole.
Yeah.
Like literally, the only way to get around that would be to dig up in between two manholes, which is gonna exacerbate any concept of the efficiency of this job. So we have to go manhole to manhole. And the intent, we believe that it is an efficient job. We will set up between two manholes, line that. Next day, we're on to the next two, next day, we're on to the
Okay.
next two, and we just literally move index down the sewer system.
So we're not shortening a schedule, this is just simply the way it kind of has to happen?
Exactly.
Okay.
But it is by design.
Yeah.
And efficient. It is, without any reservation, the most efficient way to maintain the sewer system. In particular, the reason some lines are red and some are black, the black lines are not constructed out of vitrified clay pipe, so we're not lining those.
Okay.
They're newer, they're PVC, so we're not lining them. The clay pipe, right, Romans use clay. Clay's pretty solid except the joints, and there are certain issues that we know we have failures. So when we have a failure on this pipe, we literally have to shut down the road, dig a giant hole, guys climb down, people climb down in the hole, replace the pipe. That one point repair is so expensive and such an inconvenience.
Yeah.
That's why we're actually proactively lining all of the clay pipes in the
Okay.
village.
And this might be a stupid question, but that's what I'm here for.
That's my
So,
favorite.
can you only line, well, it's a two-part question, can you line a pipe more than once, and how often?
Yeah, no, that's a great
Would
question.
you do
So
that?
the curiosity on pipe lining, and I'm sure everyone is loving the lining 101, especially Tom Jensen, who should be teaching this class. So the idea is you have a pipe,
Yep.
and the diameter of that pipe, some engineers at some point was like, you need a pipe this big around. And you need that pipe that big around to maintain flow
Flow,
of
yeah.
certain volume. Curiously, all of our homes are much more water use efficient than they have ever been. So the average home actually uses less water than it ever has, like seriously. We see that at the wastewater plant, it's fact. So we have a little bit of excess capacity in that existing pipe from what the old engineer said, because we all use less water per capita per day. So when we insert a liner in this old clay pipe, it's not that thick of a liner, and it is fitting within the excess capacity, and that's so we're decreasing the diameter, but not so much so as not to fully serve all of our needs. The other thing is, if you go then dig that pipe up that you've lined and you just wail on it with a sledgehammer and break all of the old clay pipe away, and so that it's gone, the liner is actually more structurally robust than the original pipe. So by doing this, you literally get a better system. It's like new and improved, it's beyond the original value of the pipe.
So this is the same system like when folks reline their cast iron waste at their
Exactly,
homes,
same
just
thing.
on a
And
larger
if you're in New York
scale.
City, Washington
Yeah.
DC, they
Or
don't
here.
go dig those roads
Yeah.
up because the pipes under them are like spaghetti. The only way they're gonna fix those pipes is
Yeah.
through lining them,
Okay.
and that's what we're doing here.
Very good, thank you.
And can you line a pipe more than once? Probably, but it comes down to the needed capacity.
Okay, thank you.
So when I first read this, I hated the sight of the words 24 hours a day for our residents. That just sounds so much fun, having construction all night. But then I read it deeper, and just for anyone that's listening or watching and doesn't have it in front of them, the dates we are talking about are May 22nd through June 2nd, from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. And then phase 2 would be June 18th through July 14th, so almost a month, 8 p.m. Sunday, all the way through Friday, 8 p.m. I did get a note that you will not be working on weekends.
You gotta let people have a day to recover, right?
Okay.
And we also won't be working during the week of July 4th.
Okay,
Right,
so is that the
there's
whole week or just the day of July 4th?
The week of July 4th.
Oh, nice. Okay, so it's a whole week. I mean, talking about sewage is so much fun.
Hey, it matters.
Yeah, so, and I know there's concern from some residents that, you know, the bridge is creating a little more traffic, but in my opinion, again, when I look at this, our pipes need to be lined, and I'd hate to see any kind of leakage, which would not be fun at all if we waited another 2 years, plus costs and this and that. So I would like to see it move forward and get done. The 24-hour ask, again, I toyed back and forth, and I put myself in their shoes. If I was living there, I don't want that either, but I could close my curtains or blinds for the 2-day. The fact that you'll be moving along, and it's a fairly quick process. The noise, if you could just notify those residents so that they aren't angry or surprised, that they can prep, especially if they have young kids, they can make adjustments or stay with a friend or family member for those 2 days. I would appreciate that heads up to them. I believe this is kind of happening on Bunker, something similar with relining. Is that true? Stormwater, okay. Because they're playing with the pipes with a bunch of lining and stuff, and it's really not, it's not really in the way too much. I've noticed traffic getting around very nicely. Their lights are not too bombarding. They are pretty much focused right on where the location is. Again, it's not like we're tearing up the road where it's going to be massive. So going back and forth and toying with this, I would be okay with moving forward with a 24-hour period as long as we give some communication to those residents on those roads so they're not blindsided and they can make adjustments. And the faster you can get it done, the better.
Yeah, so
I would
we
like to see
discussed the
it.
timing, so it's a physical process, so we
I know.
can't say, hey, let's do.
But I
2
would
or
like to
3.
see them have a proper cure time, again, so that we don't run into another issue of it didn't cure properly or fully, and then we have to go back and do it pieces again. I'd rather just get it done correctly the first time. If residents just bear with it while they're in your area for the 2 days.
And I think that's a key thing, right? If the system were to fail tonight, right? I mean, things made by humans fail. If the system fails tonight, it's a health, safety, welfare issue. We're gonna go respond, we're gonna dig it up, take how many ever days it takes to dig it up and fix it. And so doing preventative work is always smarter and less impactful than waiting for things to fail. So we certainly, that's why we're here to do this.
But even considering, for me, considering what would be coming out of that pipe, I don't want to see that. So I would be okay with moving forward with this.
Okay. Yeah, it's a tough one. I was really against it, but the other solutions that you discussed tonight, other means and methods of getting the work done just don't seem viable. As a resident, I know if that was happening in front of my house, I'd be livid, and these people are gonna be livid, I guarantee it. Sound is my biggest concern. You mentioned the trucks. How are the lights gonna be run off generators? So is there gonna be noise from generators too? How are those lit up?
So that's a good question. It's gonna come down to means and methods of what the contractor is using. It's very common for light trees to be generator operated. But I can't tell you sitting here if they have what specific equipment they're gonna have on site to do the lighting. I just can't know that.
If there's any way, as much as we can prevent noise, the better, because it's just all, it's all homes. So if there's any way to operate those light trees, not using a generator to help reduce on noise, that would be very much appreciated. And then I know who put out the notice? DeQuesta or Waxahachie? Like, who's going to do notice to the homeowners?
I believe generally we would do that.
Okay. How far in advance do you guys do that?
So the contractor typically will put door hanger notices out. He'll do them, typically, the other job he's been doing, he did it before cleaning and teething, which was phase 1, and he'll do another notice before phase 2. talk to the homeowners. If we have any resident issues, we've been resolving them same day with this contract. They've been up on County Line Road and that system lining for us. They're done now, so they're moved here.
Okay, and will there be like an emergency contact and any complaints would be, calls would go to you, or would Village be getting calls overnight, or how does that work if there's complaints?
We have an inspector that's there on site. He a lot of times takes those issues. We also have our emergency line. Those calls come in, and then we immediately get with the right people to resolve them.
But in all practicality, right, people call Village, they'll call us, they'll stop on the job site and complain, and we're trying to manage that. We work with your staff, certainly multiple components of your staff.
I'm
to
mostly
make
thinking for like overnight, because I don't know that we're gonna have a staff member on call
Well, but you have
overnight.
police force out, police get people to call and complain about stuff. You would be surprised
Okay.
at the avenues that a frustrated person will go to make sure they're
Of
heard.
course. But for all intents and purposes, you guys do the notices, your contact information's on there
Yeah.
for people to call.
And our contractor, we have an inspector on site when work is ongoing.
That's actually a great question, because honestly, we will get phone calls as well.
Oh, yeah.
And then having a number to direct them
Yep.
for technical questions and timing questions, that would be
So our
very
emergency number that is staffed 24/7, and if you see a red light at a sewer pumping station or any other issue you're trying to reach us, it's 561-747-5708. That's on all of our lift stations. It is our emergency number. That would be a legitimate number for anyone to call anytime they're trying to get a hold of us. It's 24/7. That number would work, as well as the number that will be on the door hangers and flyers that are communicated.
Okay. And then Jeremy, if you could get council a copy of the notices with all that contact information, I think it'll help us just in case we get calls and emails as well. Okay, any other council comments or questions?
No.
Okay, any public comment? Okay,
Come on. Nothing?
all right, council, can I get a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, moving on, agenda item 17, it's a special exception use application for a veterinary service in C2.
Mayor, this is a quasi-judicial proceeding. With your permission, I can do the swearing in and ex parte disclosures at this time.
Please?
This is agenda item 17. This is a quasi-judicial special exception hearing. If you're going to be offering testimony to the village council, your testimony needs to be sworn. You're all already standing with your right hands raised, so you understand the process. Do each of you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony to the village council will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you very much. I need to come back to council and ask if any of you have had any ex parte discussions with anyone, done any site visits, consulted any experts or anything of the sort regarding this item. That activity would need to be disclosed on the record at this time.
I'll start. I have visited the property on my own, not with the applicant or anything. I have spoken with Mr. Herring on a very high level, nothing specific about this property. And I've spoken to Mr. and Mrs. Rowley on the process of what happens.
Okay, thank you.
Likewise, I've been to the site, but solo. Just curious to see what we've been talking about over the last several weeks. I have also spoke with Mr. and Mrs. Rowley, again, on a high level about this.
Thank you.
And the overall procedure.
So I have driven onto the property, but I did not necessarily walk the property. I have spoken to Mrs. Rowley, the veterinarian, who would be a part of this project and business, mostly to have her introduce herself to me and get to know her and what her intent is for the business. And I also asked her why she chose that building. I've also spoken to the other veterinarian in the Tequesta other zoning that's on Cypress for her input as well.
Thank you.
I visited the site.
Okay, thank you. Then, Mayor, with the swearing in and the ex parte disclosures on the record, I can turn this back over to you and we can proceed with the item.
Thank you. Lance?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. The application you have in front of you is the special exception, as Keith read into the record, for 399 Cypress. The applicant, Mr. Don Hearing, is here for a presentation, as well as the owner. So I'd like to let them present.
Thank you very much, Lance. Good evening, council members. For the record, Donaldson Hearing with Kotler and Hearing here on behalf of Beach House Vet and Miles Riley. Miles is here today, and I very much so excited. She has since closed and purchased the property. So it's really exciting to have a new business start here within the village of DeQuesta. Tonight we're here to talk about the special exception. So you will I'll be showing you some site plans and buildings and the improvements that we're looking at doing, but really you're looking at the use and the special exception this evening. So the site, as you are aware, is located right on Cypress Drive, just north of DeQuesta Drive. And it's a building that's been there for quite some time, as you noted in the staff report, I think since around 1970. Miles and her husband are going to open up a veterinarian clinic at the facility, and also do fairly substantial aesthetic improvements to the condition of the existing property as it currently is today. So here's a vision of what the building currently looks like. Has a metal roof, white brick surface, landscaping is a little tired, so the site's been there for quite some time. And then here's a couple of other shots. This is a view looking from the north, and a view looking from the west, so you can see what the property currently looks like today. So definitely in need of some TLC, and but really a perfect location, standalone building for a business such as a veterinarian facility, which is proposed for the site. So the proposed use is consistent with the new ordinance that you adopted a few weeks ago to allow for veterinarian clinics within standalone buildings as a special exception use. And so part of the criteria of your code in evaluating special exceptions is to go through each of the criterion as identified in the staff report to confirm that the use is appropriate, compatible with the adjacent areas, and certainly is in no way injurious to public health, safety, and welfare. Your staff, as well as our professional team, have reviewed the code and the criteria and determined it to be consistent with the code. Let me go back here. So the site plan is going to remain fairly substantially the same. We are looking at going in and adding some additional landscape islands, greening the site up quite a bit, improving the existing striping and vehicular use areas. We are adding a small area in I would say kind of in the northwest corner of the building, which will have some artificial turf that will be utilized to go out and to walk the animals and pets, so that they could utilize the outside when that's needed, and it's in a very, very small area and isolated and well landscaped. But for the most part, the building will remain the same in terms of the building footprint and just be enhanced from what is currently proposed today. We are proposing some very nice landscaping. I have enjoyed working with Miles and her husband Butch, who is a landscape connoisseur, and we've really spent a lot of time to develop a landscape plan that really would be, very, very much so in keeping with the concept of Beach House Vet. Very coastal, predominantly native, a lot of palm trees, a little bit of color. I'll show you a rendering of what that looks like, but a far cry from what you see today. This will be very, 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 very nice, as you'll see in the renderings that I'll present to you. So I showed you the photos before of what it was. This is what it will be. We're looking at replacing the lanterns or the lights, sconces on the building, adding some beautiful Bahama shutters to give it a little bit more character. The white brick will be repainted, and then the landscaping will be totally replaced. We're looking at doing zoysia grass out there along Cypress Drive, so it'll actually be absolutely beautiful. Adding irrigation, I don't think there's an irrigation head that exists there today. So it really should be absolutely beautiful when it's done, with a lot of coastal materials, as well as some things that would provide some flower and color and sustainability. Here's another photograph of or a rendering of what we're looking at doing. So you can see the Bahama shutters and thatch palms, coconut palms. It really is going to be very beautiful, well thought out. And so that's really our presentation for you this evening. You're here to look at, is the special exception use appropriate? We think it's consistent with all the criteria of your code, but we're happy to answer any questions that you may have. A few little details of what we have, but these are not all the exciting things. So with that, welcome any comments or questions that you may have, and of course, it's all about the pets, and I had nothing to do with that. Somebody in my office.
Thank you. Council?
I think this is a great project. I said this earlier, that I think this is a great example of local government at its best, of doing what's right for the community and working with the community and the businesses within it. So I'm 100% in favor of this.
Yeah, I'll second that. I mean, I think, well, first off, great presentation, great design. I think any time that someone is willing to come in and add value to our properties here in Tequesta and aesthetically improve it, I mean, why would we say no to that? Secondly, in Tequesta, we're huge on our local businesses, particularly when they're owned by local residents, which is the case here. And as Mr. Herring said, I mean, the use is appropriate, it's compatible with adjacent sites, and that dog, I mean, jeez. So yeah, I'm fully in support of it.
Mrs. Rowley, congratulations. I'm sure most people know, but that's a huge jump to do your own business to this degree, and especially in like a medical setting, that's a huge commitment, and when you have a young family, so congrats. Secondly, thank you. Every time we had a discussion about this use in this zoning, she was in attendance to follow along and answer any questions that came up, and I really appreciate your participation in it. I encourage anyone that is coming to council to ask for anything to continuously to show up so you can be a part of the conversation. Secondly, the white picket fence is super cute. I mean, I know our former council member used to say that we were like Mayberry, and that's very much Mayberry, even though it's beachy, but white picket fence. I do like the color schemes. I appreciate all the accommodations that you place into your design as far as an outside area. Make sure the parking makes sense. The walk-up area makes sense. Obviously, some animals can't go up the stairs. So really, I just want to say thank you for taking in all the considerations and applying them, being a great partner, because you are a resident as well, and I love that you were a resident starting a business here. That's amazing. And that's really all I can say right now about that.
I will just say I agree with everything council said, and I have nothing further to add to that. So I'll open up for public comment.
Miles Rowley, and again, I just want to thank you all. It's actually been a really enjoyable process to go through all this. I've learned a lot. I've met a lot of other members in the village through this, and I'm extremely excited to serve this community, have my whole life be in this community, and no longer in Stewart, although it's a beautiful drive. I've been doing it for a long time. And all of my clients who currently make that drive, who I appreciate more than they will ever know, will be so thrilled to no longer have to drive that way. So excited to be a really active part of this community with the pets and the children, and doing junior vet clinics, and because that's a huge passion of mine too. So just thank you for everything.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, council, can I get a motion?
So the motion to grant the special exception, is that what we're, okay, I would like to make a motion to grant the special exception.
I will second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, moving on. Agenda item 18, consider approval of a support letter to potential operators for a new gourmet grocery use. So, Noble Properties owns, oh my goodness, what plaza is it? Tequesta Shops Plaza. The owners, Neil and Kenneth, approached me and Jeremy, and we met with them here at the village office, and they are putting together a marketing campaign packet to potentially attract a gourmet grocer to the area. So my first question was, or request was, well, legal has to review this to make sure we can do this and review the letter. And then we did edit the letter that the property owner sent us. So Keith had a big part in drafting that letter. And then the next step was we need to bring this to council to make sure council supports the letter. So with that, the letter is in your backup. Hopefully you took the time to read it, and I'll open it for council comment.
I'm in favor of this. I feel it's our responsibility as a village for economic development, and I think this is a great, it's something like this that they can find that type of tenant would be a great addition to the village. And I think, again, it's incumbent upon us to look for opportunities at times. I think this is a great opportunity for us to even offer this letter of support. So I think this is a great idea, and I'm in favor of it.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a great shopping center, but I think it could use a strong tenant like this. And I think the convenience of having a gourmet grocer this close would be, be great for all of us, so.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Does that zoning allow for a specialty grocery store now?
Oh, certainly. I mean, this is basically a retail use. So,
Okay.
yes, the zoning allows us as
Is the
permissible.
owner of that shopping center here?
Yeah, Mr. Kenneth
Hi.
is here, and he can answer any questions. I was gonna introduce him, but.
I do have a question for you, and I do.
No, come on up, you're good.
I'm gonna ask you a specific question.
I probably should ask you to come up in the beginning. My apologies.
So thank you for coming. Again, I
No,
really
thank you.
appreciate our partners in the village to come and be a part of the discussion. And I do have a question. So I'm torn on the letter. I would support any kind of shopping market that would be there. I'm open to whoever wants to take a space. I don't like empty spaces in shopping centers. Where I came from, too many left empty turns not good and they get derelict. If it's allowed in code, why are you needing extra support to get a specialty grocery store? I want to hear it from your end. Are the specialty grocery stores expressing an issue that they feel?
Well, I'm just going to go back a little bit, and thank y'all
Okay.
for letting me speak. So when we purchased the property in 2018, we recognized the need for a specialty grocer in that shopping center. At one time, there used to be a Publix. So, that's your only shopping ability now, unless you go to Jupiter or Palm Beach Gardens or wherever else. But we've been having a difficult time getting to attract the specialty grocer to the center, for whatever reason. Population, there could be, people don't really know, like specialty grocers know Tequesta, like we have to get them here. So the more we can get the word out to them, the better off we'll all be. So that's why we approached you guys to help us in that, because you guys live here. I mean, we want to help you guys have more options for grocery. And so with that, we just thought, you know what, if you could say, hey, we see the need, we would like for you guys to come visit Tequesta and see for yourself. Not that we're expecting you to do our job, because we have been doing it. We have brokers, we've been doing in-house marketing. In fact, we actually are going to be attending our large retail show in Las Vegas week after next, and we're going to be sitting down and meeting with people, but it's just that little extra oomph, that's all.
Okay. I'm a little torn on the letter, just the letter itself, not supporting.
The letter in general, or
Yes.
the way it's written?
Because I just don't, at this time, I don't feel that it's even needed, and there's only 5 of us, and if we specify a grocery store on here, and yet you might not have success in a grocery store, somebody else might want to take that, and we've already favored a grocery store, I'm just toying on it's a little specific, and also if you do get a grocery store with this letter for support, if they don't do well, are they going to be upset because the council of Tequesta said it would do well? So actually, the marketing side of me thinks you're going a little bit backwards. I think you should go to the public and really ask the residents around the Jupiter Tequesta area if they would want a specialty store, so they don't have to go out to Whole Foods down in Gardens or Again, PGA, another one's on North Lake. I think that would give you more substantial support for a retailer to feel more comfortable coming in, knowing that their patrons verbally are saying, we want this, rather than 5 people up here. And that's just my opinion. I totally support whoever you want to put in there. Again, the code could allow multiple types. I don't want to really pigeonhole us into one type. And I also hear another thing about your shopping center, so I suspect you might be having more people needing to come. So I kind of want, again, I don't really want to pigeonhole us into a specialty. I'd rather have you have a bigger opportunity to take a tenant that's going to be able to pay and support some sort of service or retail to the residents. So I support specialty grocery store, just for the record, of any type.
I'll speak one comment. I'm not concerned about the latter that you mentioned.
Okay.
If a tenant comes here and they sign a lease, there's no regret, right, on their part. That's just a business decision that they make. Has nothing to do with the fact that you guys, sent a letter and asked them to come take a look and see for yourself. That's all we're doing. We're not asking you to, put a gun to their head or, tell them, hey, you have to do it. It's really just the additional oomph, that's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll take that in consideration.
Okay, I think the way the letter was drafted, I think it's general. I don't think it's super specific. I think it's encouraging them to consider. And I will say, if you look through we recently did a resident survey, and it was surprising to me how many people commented, and this is unsolicited, like it was just, it was at the very end, just general comments, what would you like to see? There were a lot of comments on wanting a gourmet grocery store and other options for groceries. So seeing that too makes me even more in favor of, allowing them to add this to the marketing package. So I'm in favor of it.
Just one comment, and as the mayor said, I did work on this draft that's before you. In my opinion, this does not offer any assurance or guarantee of the success of the use. It explains that the use is permissible in the zoning district and that there may be locations in the zoning district that are available, but I do not believe that this letter offers any assurances or guarantees of a successful gourmet grocer should somebody decide to try and pull the trigger. In my opinion, it does not expose the council to having to defend any type of a guarantee in that regard.
And just one more comment. So I've been in the business you're in a different role, but I know how difficult it can be to get, particularly with our demographic. We have a fantastic demographic, but when you look at the population, you look at certain things, a gourmet grocer sitting in a different state may not look at this and say, oh, this is the exact place we should be. But I think anything helps. And that's why I think I'm in favor of this letter. It may do nothing, I have no idea, but I also don't think it hurts, right? So for that reason, even if it somehow convinces them to come down here and look at Tequesta and they say, okay, I get it, this is where we should be. That's kind of my reasoning behind, and how the letter was redrafted, I think it's a lot better now. Wasn't crazy about the first version, but yeah, no offense.
Well,
Okay, any other council comment?
No.
All right, any public comment? Ms. Watkins?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ken.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Pat Watkins, 167 River Drive. I'm really glad that you had the plaza owner speak tonight and Keith's comments, because when I first read it, I wondered about council writing such a letter myself. However, for this historical side here, for those of you who have been here a long, long time like I have, we used to have Howard's meeting place in the plaza, Dottie's Plaza, Gallery Square North, and it was quite successful. And at the time that Publix left the plaza there, before Home Goods and Marshalls came in, it was talked quite a bit in the general public. The grapevine works wonderfully well, and Tequesta always has. Wouldn't it be nice to have something on the order of Joseph's or Doris's in North Palm or Trader Joe's or one of those? So I think I hope it would be successful if someone came, and I'm glad to hear that you're not really promoting or saying you will come and you will be successful. But I hope it all works out. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? No? All right, council, can I get a motion?
Motion to approve?
Second?
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right, moving on, agenda item 19, consider a conceptual presentation for a smoking lounge in the mixed-use zone district.
Mayor, before we begin, if I could just have, I usually make a preparatory comment with these conceptual presentations, and this is right out of our code. This conceptual presentation is not a quasi-judicial proceeding, and no action shall be taken by the village council beyond discussion with the applicant. Neither the outcome of this conceptual presentation nor any comments made during this conceptual presentation by any village council member or village staff is a guarantee or assurance in any way of final action that may be taken by the village council pursuant to a formal application. So just make sure that's on the record, everybody understands where we are, and thank you, and I turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Council.
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. The conceptual presentation that is in front of you is with regard to a cigar store and a smoking lounge to be located on the current Bank of America building, and that is the mixed-use district. So that mixed-use district does not allow for a lounge, allows for many other uses. The only place that is allowed in the village is on the C3 district. So since this is the mixed-use district, the applicant is in front of you. He has a presentation. So to listen your feedback before starting a text amendment process.
Thank you very much, Niels. For the record, Donaldson here tonight on behalf of the Smoke-In, and love to see how you all take care of your local businesses. The Smoke-In, and Mr. Harry Hersey is here, has been here in the village for 25 years. And they're looking for an opportunity to really continue to improve their offerings that they have here in the village. They're looking at the Bank of America building, which is located right on the corner of DeQuesta Drive and US Highway 1. And what they're looking to have the opportunity to do was to be able to offer fine bourbons and scotch and liqueurs along with what they currently do. So the Smoke-In provides a sale. Basically, it's currently a retail operation that sells very, very fine cigars. They have the largest humidors in the state of Florida. And if you're a connoisseur of a cigar, as those might be a connoisseur of great wine, the Smoke-In is known throughout the southeast portion here of Florida. And they'd like to be able to improve the offering that they currently have here within the village of DeQuesta. And that includes having the opportunity to have an alcoholic beverage that would be served with the cigar. And they do have those types of facilities in other areas, and I'll show you a couple of the facilities. Right now, they're located in Gallery Square, but the facilities are very, very nice, very, very high-end, and well done, and we think very much so appropriate for this particular marketplace. And so the village code is, it's only currently interpreted to allow for alcoholic sales on a standalone basis, meaning consumption on a standalone basis within the C3 district. That's the industrial district south of Tequesta Drive on Cypress. Very, very limited area, one block area. You do permit, the code does permit alcoholic sales within restaurants, and there are many, many restaurants within the C3 districts, and they do allow alcoholic sales at the CVS and other establishments. We just are asking for your insight and thoughts on allowing this particular use to be a special exception use within the mixed-use district, not to approve a specific project, but to allow for the opportunity to have alcoholic sales that might be less than 51% food, which is different than that of a restaurant, and incorporated in specifically in the use that's proposed for the smoke-in. They feel that this will enable them to keep their business here in Tequesta. They've been in Tequesta for 25 years. This is their demographic. It's a very fine, outstanding establishment. I do have Mr. Hersey here with me this evening, and certainly if you have any specific questions, we can answer them. So we're not here really talking about a project or a building. That will come back, and you would see in great detail everything that would be proposed. You'd be able to evaluate the merits of the request. We're just asking, would it be appropriate for this use to be within the mixed-use district, given the uses that are there today, and would love any insight that you might be able to provide us.
Council?
Thank you, Don, and Mr. Hersey, thank you for being here as well. 25 years in the village is amazing, so thank you for that.
24.
We'll round up.
Honest man.
But your support of the village, I think it speaks volumes. I like this property and this use, what we're discussing, because it's consistent with the four corners that surround it. Across the street, US 1, to the immediate east of that, there's no less than 6 or 7 restaurants that serve alcohol. Oh, this is not a restaurant. We're basically talking about the exception to serve alcohol. The last parcel we just discussed, Mr. Noble's, restaurants in there that serve alcohol. Right across the street from it on the north, we sell beer at a Sunoco station and wine. And further up in the Fashion Square, we have Evo, and up to the Publix Plaza. There's so much. What I like about this exception is it's keeping it in the same corridor. We're kind of fragmented, our zoning and our uses around that. And I know we're not talking about the project itself, but the use, but this parcel could also be this building. And if you think of Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard and some of the projects that go between Okeechobee and I-95, where you might have a very similar building, which is now half Tijuana Flats and half a Baskin Robbins. And that's not what I'm looking for. So I want to further this dialogue. I want to come back and see what comes up next, but I'm in favor just because of what this can be, and it's consistent with that corridor.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, US 1 is clearly our main commercial corridor. I don't think if this went in, it would be out of place whatsoever, like Mr. Sartori, Councilmember Sartori mentioned. There's plenty of other uses similar to this, not a cigar store, obviously, but that sell alcohol surrounding this property. And this, I know there's a reason for it, but this property's been sitting vacant for quite some time. It'd be great to see something go in there that's already local to Tequesta. I like that. So all in all, I think it's a great idea. I'd obviously have to see planning and zoning's analysis and hear public comment, of course, but I'm in favor of it. I've been to the one here in Gallery Square. I've been to other ones. They're always very well maintained, and a lot of people, there's a negativity that comes with cigar shops because of the smell. But I can tell you, I spoke with the folks next to the one in Gallery Square. So you got both Gallery Grill and Casa Cana. No complaints whatsoever about these smell. Some people like it, some people don't. Cigars. So obviously you guys are filtering correctly, and there's nothing near this, right? So that won't even be an issue. All in all, I think I'm in favor of it, and I think it's worth pursuing.
Hi, can you please come? I have questions. I always have questions. Okay, and
Thank you.
your.
I'm Harry Hersey.
Thank you. In your current location and Gallery Grill, do your clientele smoke inside that location?
We do.
You
We do. And that is meant to be a temporary location that we had never intended to stay there for a long time.
Oh.
But, and we actually had an issue with the building, the resident next door to us where we were for many, many, many years down on
I heard about
US
that.
1. And turns out that somebody did some renovations on the building, ripped off the roof, and never put in the fire caulking that was in there, which pretty much stops the smoke from going from one property to the other. So rather than getting into a legal argument, we said, hey, we'll move out and we'll find someplace else. It's taken us a long time to find the right piece of real estate inside of Tequesta. There's not a lot of options that are here. And we love this. This is where we started our business, which was, quite a while ago. So we're just there until we have the right place. And we think that the US 1 location is the right place. I mean, it's by far and away the most expensive piece of property we've ever looked at. I mean, it's a big jump, but we think that no one else offers anything like it anywhere around here, where adults can actually go sit down and enjoy a classic beverage together, not with young kids
And not be a part of a country club.
Yeah, it's a
Totally
professional
get it.
environment. If you look at the way that we've done our, this was our first shop. We were next to the ice cream shop. Then we moved down to where Hog Snappers is. And with every iteration, it's gotten a lot more impressive. And if you haven't been to either locations to check them out in person, this is a Gateway Boulevard location, which is about 500 yards off of I-95, just to the west of 95. And then down in the Village Commons Shopping Plaza, we've got a location there, which is a Davidoff Lounge, which is the highest level of quality in the cigar industry. So come check them out. They're maintained incredibly well, and we've got great staff, and we've got many customers in Tequesta that have been our customers for a long time. That's why we want to stay. So
Thank you for that. I might come down and visit that other location just to see what you guys have been doing. So I ask you about that location in Gallery Grill because I know you have moved a few times. The place you are in now, I as well do not ever hear anything about the smell of cigar smoke and this and that. And I know very well that could bother some people, and the fact that we have so many youngins. When I think about the US 1 location, is your goal, so now that you're telling me, which I appreciate, that was temporary. So is your goal hopefully to stay the US 1 property? Like make this?
we're talking about putting so many millions of dollars
Okay.
into this project. We're not going anywhere.
So legal question, if he came back to council and asked for an official special exception, if for whatever reason let's say he got it, and then for whatever reason in the future, he left that building, does that special exception sunset with that business owner, or does it continue for the next owner?
If the use continued if you just sold the business to a new owner and it continued without being abandoned or ceased for whatever reason, it could continue.
Okay.
As long as it wasn't a 90-day vacancy.
If there was an abandonment, I think it's a 90-day abandonment, then a new owner would have to come in if they wanted it again and reapply. But step one is that the council would have to approve a change in the zoning to put the special exception on the books in the first place, and that would be step one. Then an applicant would have to apply for that special exception. Then they'd have to get the site plan approval.
Okay.
So there's many steps ahead, but to answer your question is as long as there was a continuous flow and there was no abandonment of the use, it could continue under new ownership.
I only ask because I'm actually not a fan of giving too many special exceptions out left and right. I mean, there's a reason why we have a code.
Yeah.
But for this one, I am entertaining the idea. But for future use, which we've talked about other buildings as well, just in case that business owner leaves, what do we do? How are we left in the hanging with things we made decisions on 5 years ago? As far as design, I know this isn't what you're presenting for today, but if you came back for a design conceptual, I'm hesitant if you had an outdoor area because people would be smoking and the smoke might irritate our residents or people in that area. I'm just throwing it out there, something to consider. I am a fan for lounges. I do like dark tones. I think it's very, I don't want to, never mind, I'm not going to say it on the record. Anyways, what was I going to say? Oh, I was going to say, considering if you come back for conceptual and asking for a special exception, we don't have anything like this in Tequesta. So I am intrigued to see what you bring back, but I am entertaining the idea I'm not giving you an official yes or no, because it's a conceptual ask, but I'm entertaining the idea. And as our residents start to learn about what you're going to be asking, we will get feedback from them as well. So, but thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you.
And being a part of the conversation.
Any other questions?
I do. Nilsa, did you have anything to add real quick?
Yeah.
Want me to stay here or sit down?
Yeah, I have some questions, so just same question, please.
Yes, basically this conceptual presentation is to listen to the council, recommendations to move forward, because if the council seems like it's favorable, then Keith and I will work on a specific language to add this use to the mixed use. And when we are considering a specific language, we need to consider if this use will be add only to standalone buildings or will be also add to a plaza. And also, if let's say we add on a plaza or in a standalone building, we need to consider distance separation. For example, when we approve a liquor store, sales of liquor stores, we have a distance separation that in one plaza cannot be more than 1 or 2, 3 liquor stores. There is a specific distance. So, and definitely, since this is gonna be sale of alcohol, they will also need a variance if they are in a certain distance from youth center or, schools or any of that. So there are other considerations once we start writing code language to allow this use.
I thought you might be in favor of it only because there's alcohol sold on the north side, the south side, the west side, and the east side. Literally, each building next to it is already either selling packaged liquor or selling as a restaurant or as a brewery. So it, like you were saying, kind of right in that zone, but it's not like you've got, it's not like a 7-Eleven type liquor store. It's all high-end and easily, looked after.
For me, I'm not too concerned about the liquor, considering where the location is. For me, it's more the cigar smoke. But again, you have an already proven history of your filtration system. So I do have some trust in you already, because you're already here in the village. You're just moving locations.
And I don't want to try and pull wool over anybody's eyes. We absolutely want to smoke outside. But I'll tell you, if you go by any of our shops, you're not going to ever, there's no one in that perimeter that's right there. It's almost an 1.5 acre property. So to have it would never be something like, oh my gosh, there's so much cigar smoke. The wind, it would never be an issue for anyone, ever. You would have to be so right on top of that. There's a 3,000 square foot area outside that's a overhead drive-through. And just within that area and the ventilation, the fans, I don't think you're gonna ever have any problems from anybody. I mean, ever. That's what we do. I mean, we don't have problems with our neighbors.
Any other questions?
No.
Okay. All right, I just have a couple. First of all, thank you for wanting to stay in the village with your business. And thank you for putting together a conceptual plan with some inspirational photos. It's light, so it's hard to give concrete feedback, and as Nilsa, kind of point out, there's a lot of staff analysis that has to go into as well. But I do understand you're not gonna invest a bunch of money on plans or whatnot because you don't own the property as of now. So
Right.
it's understandable.
Basically, if you're in favor of it and you need to have something changed there, you don't like the landscaping, you don't like the color, you want us to make modifications, we're easygoing, and we just want to make sure that the village as a whole would like our concept. And if we need to make some changes to make anybody happy, we can do that. I mean, we want to be here, we don't want to move any place, so, yeah.
So
that's why it's light.
Just to be clear, you're renovating the building, or would it be demo and new construction?
Well, fortunately, that building is almost wide open on the inside. There is one, there was a bank counter, and there's a safe vault room, and there's maybe 3 little offices on the north side of the building themselves. There is very little that we would have to do inside of there because you want that big open environment. So the couch seating, and we'd have to put in a bar, a service area, but we would change the inside, but it would not be a massive demolition. It's the ceilings are 14 feet high. It's just absolutely beautiful as it is. So we would change as little as we needed to get this kind of, effect on the inside.
Okay, and so, the photos, it does look like an upscale facility, and, I would hope consideration would be made to the exterior to make some upscale improvements to the exterior as well.
For sure.
And then, so we have DeQuesta Brewery is the only other place I thought, that's kind of bar lounge, is a different zone, but we don't even allow that in that zone, but it's classified as just a brewery. What, Nelsa, can you, okay. So, and I think the latest that they're open is 11 PM maybe? I don't,
Like Fridays and Saturdays.
okay. And so I don't know what your current hours of operation are, and if you did move this location, what would your hours of operation be?
As late as the village allows. I mean, usually it's around midnight or 1 o'clock on Fridays and Saturdays, but it just depends on where we are.
Okay, so I think the hours of operation is the only thing that kind of I would want to really consider as well. In addition to all other staff analysis that would have to happen.
Yeah, I don't know what else is on the US 1 corridor right there as far as standard hours of operation that I haven't checked into.
Okay, so that's something I would want to consider and look into and make sure, the hours are appropriate for a little village here.
Absolutely.
Because I do think, anytime there's drinking, public safety can be an issue, and so it's something to consider,
Without
And
question.
I think that's all the comments I have. Yep. Okay.
Well, thank you for the opportunity, and we love being in the village, so thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, thank you very much, councilmen, councilwomen. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful night.
Thank you. And is there any public comment? Mr. Radford?
I got a little bit confused listening to some of the conversation, so I'd like you to clarify it. Are we talking about modifying the text, the zoning text applicable to the mixed-use zoning district so that this type of use will be a special exception? Or are you talking about it being a use by right? Special exception, okay. Answered my question.
All right, let's see, moving on. Agenda item 20, consideration of a water utility base rate recalculation. Marjorie?
Hi, Marjorie Craig, Utilities Director. So this is not my favorite thing to do, to come for a rate increase. And I don't think it's anybody's favorite thing to do, but it's the right thing to do. I was at the Treasure Coast Utilities Group meeting today, and there were 8 water utilities there. And one of the things we talked about was rates and the cost of increase of commodities. And all of us had the same stories about what was going on. One of them had a plant project where the engineering opinion, the probable cost was $27 million. And the bids came in at $47 million. That's just one of them. Our recent bid for the AC pipe replacement, the engineer's opinion of probable cost was $2.2 million, and it came in at $3.6 million. Our chemical costs have gone up, trucks, everything. I started in utilities in 1988, that's 35 years ago, even using my Aggie math. And like Dr. Arrington said, if we don't do things on a preventive basis, then we're doing it on an emergency basis. I mean, that's really my words, but I've been there. I've had wastewater systems, reuse systems, I've had really large systems. And if you don't do things on a preventive basis, and this particular item talks about a 5% recalibration of the base rate, and in addition to the already approved 3.5% rate indexing to preserve the water fund financial sustainability. And then introduction of a capital recovery charge of $10 per ERC. So I've never seen a time in that 35 years I've been in the industry where the costs have been like this. water's an essential part of life. We kind of take it for granted, and it's pretty cheap compared to coffee or something else, but it's so critical to everything that we do. We're really lucky to have one of the, probably in that room of 8 water utilities, almost all of them used Reptelis as their financial expert, and that's who we have as well. I have a little presentation for you. Actually, it's because we have 2 new council members, many of the slides, almost all of them are the same, and Rob is here from Reptelis to run through. Is he here? There, he's right behind me. I thought he left me. I was like, I can go through the slides, but it doesn't have the same, I can talk technical and chemical and all that, your raw eyes will roll back, but he's the financial guy there's been a lot of work behind the scenes to put this together for you. And so with that, I'll try to move it forward. There we go. So this is just a summary of what we brought to you in the February workshop. This is, again, just inflation has just caused an incredible increase in the cost of doing business. COVID, the pandemic, supply chain issues, labor issues, wage adjustments. And in order to be able to preserve the financial sustainability of our utility system and move the ball forward, do some of these preventive projects, we really need to adjust and recalibrate that base rate and introduce that capital recovery charge. So we did bring that forward. Rob gave the presentation and went through what we needed to do. And we still need to maintain that approved, and my banana fingers put 3.6, that's really 3.5 rate indexing. It's currently approved through 2026. But in the model, the financial model that he did, it is projected 20 years in the model. And then we did modify the prior capital plan to a new 20-year capital plan to adjust, even if this rate increase is approved, we still have to, push out some of these capital projects just because of the costs. Oops. How did that happen? Banana fingers again. Okay. So our water utility system, you guys will probably already know this. We have 5,100 accounts, 8,000 ERCs. We serve the Village, Jupiter Inlet Colony, and portions of the unincorporated Palm Beach and Martin counties. We're 2 square miles with the Village, but our water utility service area is 4 square miles, so double. And we have, okay, this is where we start to talk financial stuff, and so I'm going to, well, there's still some technical stuff. So $35 million in gross depreciable assets. But we talk about the water plant. We have it outlines the RO plant and our sand filter water treatment plant and 75 miles of water distribution pipe. We have both AC pipe, asbestos cement pipe, and non-AC pipe. Much of that pipe is approaching its useful life. Some areas it's over 70 years old. AC pipe during my career has been pretty dependable until it reaches its useful life. On Country Club, one of the places that we are replacing that pipe, we've had 5 breaks over the last, since 2020. It's time to replace that pipe. We've had 30 breaks over the last, since non-contractor caused, since 2020 in our service area. So we have interconnects with the town of Jupiter and with South Martin Regional Utilities. And so this is where I'm going to turn it over to Rob, because he's going to talk about it as an enterprise fund and how we do not take money from tax money. Are you ready?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you. Good evening. For the record, my name is Robert Ori. I'm a principal with Reptelis, and it's good to see you all again. There's something else I want to say about on this slide. As you see the map of where all the pipes are. But I went back and, you've got $35 million of assets on your books, and you heard your audit presentation tonight, and that's 35 million. That's based on the cost that when it was installed 50, 20, 30 years ago, whatever that installed cost was. If you needed to replace those assets at today's cost, that's closer to 90 to 100 million dollars. And that's kind of the issue facing the industry today when she mentioned, Marjorie mentioned that the increase in pipe costs and whatnot. This is not local. I got stories all over Florida and nationally what these prices are coming in at now. And the other thing I'm starting to see is some of the material prices have dropped, but the contractors are trying to recover what they lost 2 years ago. And so prices aren't dropping. Now I'm starting to see massive CIP programs that are now, I'm starting to get worried about the ability to perform the work just because there's so much work out there right now. So that's very, very critical. The other point Marjorie mentioned, this is enterprise fund. We don't rely on taxes, we rely on rates. That's our source of revenue for the system, as you well know. And so we got to be very cognizant of that and make sure that we have enough rate revenue to do our needs. Back in 2022, the council adopted a 5-year rate phasing plan, very proactive to, one, make sure we recover our costs for service as identified at that point in time, and two, start accruing funds for the AC pipe replacement program. Inflation at that time was a very high 2%, and it had been 2% for 20 years. If you look at the FPS, the Florida Public Service Commission Index, the CPI, you could almost look at 2%. That's where the feds want the inflation rate to be. We all know that's not the case right now. It's been very, very high and whatnot. So we were asked to update the financial plan, recognize current costs, extend it to 20 years, and try to come back to you to discuss and maybe start funding the AC pipe replacement program. As I mentioned, inflation, whether it's COVID and global issues, wars in Ukraine, supply chain, you name it, it's been a pretty perfect storm. And if you look at that little chart right on there on the left, this is just 2 years worth of cost adjustments. The CPI index at 13%, the Florida Public Service Commission index at 11.6, highest I've seen in 20 years on the PSC index. And that's why Marjorie mentioned a correction. You're absorbing these costs, you as the utility are absorbing these increases, and we need some additional rate relief. And we recommended that in addition to the 3.5% that you adopted on this, as you see below, you have 5 years of 3.5%. We think you really should adjust your rates even further by an additional 5% to recapture this lost buying power, i.e. capital improvement funding power, because of inflation on the rates. Many utilities are starting to adopt emergency increases. Melbourne just did 11%. They have now adopted that. Last time I was here before you, they were considering it. They adopted it. I hear Collier County is going 14%. These are all near-term adjustments because of the effects. That's another one. Manatee County just adopted 2 9.75% increases with potential 3 more coming. That's 50% over 5 years. So this is what's happening in the industry as I'm seeing right now. I mean, it's not doom and gloom. You guys are in good financial shape, but this inflationary impacts is not only affecting your net revenues for capital, but also the capital itself. And this is your capital plan. We looked at working with Tom, working with Marjorie and whatnot. This is the plan that was put together. You can see the chart kind of gives you the idea of what's being funded. We looked at, we would call them first priority and second priority projects. We always felt that if you've got water treatment plant, water supply projects, which provides water to our community, they're pretty important, need to be done first. And the AC pipe and pipe replacement and upgrades and modifications and rehabs too, that can be staggered, modified, and changed as you go through the program. The pipe, although it's reached its useful life, it still has life. And the key is, we need to start doing something, and you are, you are replacing some pipe, but we need to probably accelerate that. We did inflate these numbers, when we got the numbers in 2023, we did add inflation to them, and you can see in the chart at the bottom, over the next 20 years or so, it could be as high as $83 million in capital costs. And to be honest with you, that's a real big number. But think back, I just said to you, what's your current investment today, your net book value today in your assets? It's $30 million. We're adding a lot of investment here, and the replacement cost, I estimated $90 million for today, and you can see where we're going. So that's not really a coincidence. This is what's really kind of happening. So that's what we're looking at. This kind of shows you where the planned pipe replacement projects are throughout the village, the AC pipe. Marjorie and Tom Jensen's here as well to provide me any backup to discuss these type of issues. But you can kind of see it's all over throughout the village, but it's not everybody has AC pipe, as we know. That kind of gives you a picture of where these facilities are located. The capital plan was, what you asked me to kind of do is come up with some sort of capital funding plan. I will tell you, anything we adopt tonight will probably change over time. Costs may go up, costs can come down. So it's something we have to keep looking at to go through. But we also want to come in with a mix of pay-as-you-go funding, you accrue the dollars fund, and bond financing through the state revolving loan program, low-interest loans, the lowest loans you can get. That gives you a proper blend of equity and debt. You don't want to debt finance everything because you're paying interest costs. But at the same token, if you want to fund everything through cash, you got to get the cash first and then do the project. So debt finance in the beginning while you're accruing those dollars from the additional rate adjustments, and then have a mixture thereafter is what we're looking at. But the key is you need to have a dedicated funding source. So we said you could have a capital recovery charge, a dedicated allowance of costs to fund this program, and we set it at $10 for ERC. It can be separately in the bill, it can be rolled into the base charge. The key is you need additional revenue to fund this program. And we thought $10 was a good start. It could provide immediately for almost $14 million of bonding up front. That allow your other rate adjustments to get through those. If we're raising rates by inflation plus 1.5%, that 1.5%, although it doesn't sound big, over time is a very big number, and that can go to your program as well, provide continuity to your program. Or it can provide more debt financing. So the key is to get it started. This $10 be maintained for at least 20 years. You got a lot of project coming, and it may go longer, but at least get it started is the recommendation that we're bringing to you. We already mentioned the 5% and whatnot. I don't think we need to really go through there. I did mention the SRF loans. That's a very, very good program that would fit this your needs tremendously. You wouldn't start paying debt to the project's complete that you borrow on. So that allows, again, rates to be put in effect. You can modify the program and adjust the program as you go, and you're not straddled with a lot of debt right up front. It's low interest rates. It's pretty cheap money actually right now. And then it also allows you to pursue grants, other sources of funds, and then you reevaluate the program as you keep going. Is how we see it. Again, this is the capital plan. This is the funding plan that we looked at. We got the use of current reserves these are in 5-year increments. You see there's about 5 loans on there. One's already been secured, drinking water 502-700, and you can see the loans that are there. They'd be very, although you would apply for a package of programs, they could be program specific, neighborhood specific, so to speak. And that's kind of the plan that we have. Again, by having debt and the program, it can be flexible. That also allows less disruption to your community, because digging up streets, affecting driveways, whatever. So this allows you to plan and move and adjust as you can. Your flexibility to meet your need is how we're recommending to you all. We did look at your operating reserves and whatnot. Under this plan, you would stay fiscally strong. What I like to talk about is the chart on the right. It's the one that's pretty busy. There's bars and lines and green mountains on there, and it all kind of relates to each other. The green is cash, the green, and the bars is deposits to a capital fund. In your rates, we're also recommending that you have a dedicated funding source for capital. You still have the water plant sitting there. You got to replace membranes. And it needs to be dedicated, it needs to be linear, it needs to be absolute, and that's what those bars are right there. The black is the expenditures from this fund, from the capital funding source, and you can see it's very lumpy. The reason why it's so low in the front, we're utilizing debt to fund the AC pipe replacement, so this allows us to accrue cash, and then as you hit your next wave of improvements, you've got flexibility, cash and or additional debt in the future, which you can see how it works. It's very critical to have that annual funding deposit and have it be sustained. That is very, very critical. Whether you have the AC project program or not, that's very, very critical. And we're recommending that you continue to do what you've been doing and actually magnify the amount of deposits that are going in. As you can see at the end, we're over at $2 million a year. And your revenues right now are $7 million a year, $6.5 million a year. So we think it's be very, very good to have this program. Second, 20 years out, your assets are really reaching their useful life, and we want to make sure we're there. From a rate competitive standpoint, although you stand on yourself on your own, your costs are your costs. Everybody asks where we kind of compare. And this is a comparison we presented to you back in January. That's the rates as of January 2023. And you can see the orange, and I guess I picked orange and blue for U of F too. I don't know. Go Gators, of course. But any event, but you can see that the $39 we are today, if we adjusted the 3.5% rate increase that is already programmed in your ordinance, coupled with the 5% additional adjustment, you'd be around the $42, $43 range, still right at the average of these utilities. And if you added the $10 capital recovery charge, additional base charge, fixed cost recovery, you'd see you'd be at the $52 range. Although you're at the upper end, you're not at the highest end, and that does include the rate adjustments for 2024, and none of the other utilities have those rate adjustments built in. And I will tell you, most of those utilities are raising their rates in 2024. I know Town of Jupiter has got indexing. Martin County is looking at a rate study right now. Riviera Beach, we talked about that one. They are in dire need of a rate adjustment. It will be double digit. I know it's coming. Village Wellington's looking at their rates right now as we speak as well. West Palm Beach hasn't adjusted rates in several years, and they've got some issues coming up in terms of service territory issues and whatnot. So the point I'm trying to make is, although your rates look higher there, I think the blue lines will rise. Where you fall, I don't know. But the point is, I don't think implementing this plan will not put you in an uncompetitive situation. It will be higher, but that's something I think we really need to consider, and you all need to probably debate where you want to go with that. But that's what we're recommending to you. So in summary, as you know, the village's CIP is significant, very robust, but it's also an issue facing utilities all across the country, both with expansion and asset replacement, which is more your issue. The mains, water mains are reaching useful life. and we'll need to replace a proactive approach is the best way versus a reactive. Fort Lauderdale is reactive. And this will require the need to fund a water distribution program to do this. We do recommend, because of inflation and whatnot, that the additional 5% corrective measure in 2024 to be added to what you already adopted, I think is critical. Another point I want to make about that is that's time value of money. That increase is worth much more today than 10, 15 years from now, because you didn't earn it. And so the first increase is your most important increase. And we really, I would really recommend to the village that they do this, again, to right-size the ship and whatnot. I didn't want to get, not trying to recommend too aggressively on a rating adjustment. It could be, probably could be higher, but I think that's reasonable, recognizing what you've done and stay competitive. The plan will allow you to go and get additional SRF financing, allow for pay-as-you-go capital and whatnot, and give you a very flexible plan. And I would look at this every couple of years and keep right-sizing it as conditions change, whether better or worse. It's good to keep looking at this. Because, priorities will change your capital, inflation may drop, but interest rates may get more attractive, you may get grant funds. All that will affect this plan. A lot of it could be positive, but, if inflation stays at 8%, we need to talk again in a couple of years, just from a rate standpoint and a capital standpoint. So, but I tried to go real fast, just to kind of, because we presented this before. I know, Commissioner, you weren't here last time. I apologize. I'm going to add any more questions. Just let me know if you have any questions. This will be great. And that's really my presentation for tonight. I don't know if anything else, or I'm open for questions. How's that?
Thank you. And I think before I open it for council comment, I think Marjorie, maybe you put this together. Thank you for providing kind of the projections for 5, 10, 15, 20 year. Can you kind of walk us through that chart you put together, and what's the average? Like, if we look at this chart, what's the average homeowner?
So the average homeowner would be the 5/8 inch or 3/4 inch meter. So if you look at the very bottom table, you'll see that the table 3. See if I can. You see the number of meters? So most people will fall right in that first category. You see?
Mm-hmm.
That's where most people are going to fall. We have the total right there, 5,092. So most people are going to be right there in that 5/8 or 3/4 inch meter.
Okay, thank you for explaining that.
And so we the way I set it up was we did the history, and then the approved rate, and then the recalibrated rate, and then projected 5 years out as requested.
Thank you.
That real quick.
Sure.
Also, give you a feel, the average residential customer is 6,000 gallons, 7,000 gallons, and most of the flow for that customer will be in the first block, the lowest rate. Those that are using 30,000, 40,000 gallons, that high irrigation, I think you saw that on our report earlier, how April spiked up. That revenue's in the blocks that are higher, 15, 30,000. So if you think about impacts, it's also there in just primarily in the first block too.
That's accurate, and that would be true statewide. That irrigation is usually your highest use.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right, council comment, questions?
Yes, thank you for all the information and the hard work that's gone into this. I'm going to ask some very basic questions, and it's math, just so I understand it. For the 3.5% index, so we're recommending that instead of increasing 3.5%, it's going to increase 8.5%.
8.5%.
Okay. The table 3, the capital recovery charge, that the proposed of $10, is that on a monthly basis? So when I go to the rate comparison where the average Tequesta resident pays about $42 a month, we're currently paying, which average about 42, says that we're paying $39, we're going to roughly $53, if that includes the proposed 2024 and the recovery charge.
That's correct.
So it's about a 34% increase.
That's correct.
Unfortunately, we have to do this. It's a very painful discussion to have.
Yeah, and, yeah, the percent's high, and the dollar value is somewhat high too, but I usually look at dollars more than, but yes, that's correct.
Right. This is one of these conversations where I think that we don't want to have, but I think it's something that we have to address currently.
Of course.
Have make the tough conversations now with this council, so it's not kicked down the road. I think over the weekend, we had a pipe that burst, and pipes are going to continue to burst. I mean, we've got AC, non-AC, we've got vitrified clay pipe, we've got, you name it, terracotta pipes. So it's just painful, and it hurts. And this is one of the things that, we look at as council people is, the cost to our resident. And this is going to hurt a lot of people, but I don't know, and I know that Jeff and Marjorie and all of our experts have looked at every possible way to get this done in the most efficient way, economic efficient way. And while I don't want to see this happen, I think we need to address it, and it's just painful. So it's $10 a month for the capital recovery charge, in addition to what will be an 8.5% increase. And then annually after this first 8.5, it'll just be it'll revert back to 3.5. That's what we're proposing.
That's the recommendation.
That's the recommendation, that's the plan right now, yes.
Okay, that's all I have for right now.
Okay. Well, yes, thank you. This is very, I looked at it obviously prior to this, but actually answered a lot of questions just by going through it again. So very thorough, so I appreciate that. And then obviously, as a council member or resident, obviously generally no one's ever in favor of price increases, right? That being said, I certainly understand that, these price increases are a significant issue. They are not unique to Tequesta whatsoever. And as Councilmember Satori said, this is a decision for our future. I mean, we either handle this now or we end up in a reactive type situation like some other municipalities that none of us want, and
It'll cost more.
And it'll cost more, yeah, and that's a big deal. The only question I have is I'm just considering ways to potentially lessen the pain of this increase. Is it worth considering breaking up that $10 per month capital recovery charge, say, over a 2-year period? Just to kind of.
I mean, you could, I mean, it's 1 year.
Yeah,
But yes,
yeah.
you could. I wouldn't go beyond.
No, 2 years.
Personally.
Just so it's just
And
not.
not that my concern more is cash flow in the need to fund this, seeing what's going on there with pricing.
Yeah.
I'm really worried about pricing.
Yeah.
And we hear 30% increases in pipe costs. Those are real. One example, this is about Riviera Beach. 4 years ago, they were looking at a water plant replacement of $55 million. They didn't do it. It's now at $155 million. No change. And that's why I say in those rates there, there's gonna be some issue there. And luckily they're low.
Yeah.
But the point is not Riviera Beach, the point is this is what's
Yeah.
going on. And so you could do that. I would recommend
Just going in.
not to. I would go all the way personally. Because if costs keep rising, I may be back here saying we need another $10. The key is to get the program, whatever you do, my ultimate recommendation is get the program started.
Yeah.
Start doing it. Start funding it. Even if you don't spend the money, start accruing the dollars because you will spend the money. There's no doubt about that. And so that's really my biggest recommendation is really get it started. And you are doing things now, but if you have the cash or the bonding capability, you've got the flexibility. Then if prices start rising, we've got $20 million of bond capability. You can issue 20. Do you have to? No. We can do 5, 5, 5, 5. But you've got that, and that's what I'm trying to give you besides.
Yeah.
And again, the sky's not falling.
No,
But
I get
20
that.
years from now, we're going to be having a different well, I will not be.
He's gonna be on a boat somewhere.
He'll be on a
you know,
boat, yeah.
Or he'll be at the cigar bar
Oh,
over
yeah,
there down the
cigar
road.
bar.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
you all as a council will be facing that issue again.
Yeah.
It's not going away. It's not going away.
Okay.
And the other thing is, this is our only source of revenue for the utility department.
Yeah.
Unless you get ARPA funds or something. And there's money out there. I just heard one today coming in here about the IRS, of all people, is looking at providing potential rebates to public entities for certain projects that are green. Well, maybe we can figure out something here. And I've never heard IRS being involved with non-regulated entities before.
Yeah.
I mean, that was on the way down tonight, I heard this. They asked me, they want me to review the IRS regulations right now. Is there something? Well, maybe there is something. Maybe those other funds will come for your benefit. Let's pray that happens. But,
Okay. All right, thank you.
yeah.
One more comment.
And we'll keep looking for grants and for money. As I've said before, most of the pipe infrastructure money, plant infrastructure money is really coming down from the federal government and the state government as low-interest loans like we have. The state revolving loan, or WIFIA. WIFIA's for the federal government, and that is typically used by really large utilities or regional benefit. Won't stop me from keeping looking.
We're very blessed in Tequesta that, from a resident perspective, that, you know, I fall right in this average line, the black line, my house on Dover. I have the capacity to afford more than this. I don't want to pay that. But we have some seniors and some families that, think of our condominiums. All I would ask, if we could do it, if it's possible, through our public education campaign, because I think we're gonna have, Lori, I know you're gonna be very big on that, is explaining that there are gonna be some people that are on fixed incomes, that this is going to hurt them. You think of a grandparent. I would like to see if we could do something where somebody has the ability to pay a little bit more in their in their CCR, their capital recovery, or CRC, to do that, because, you know, I would gladly pay an extra $5 a month to help people that live here in Tequesta Gardens or one of these ones back by the thing, just to do that, if that's something that can be done, because there might be people out there who say, yeah, I'm just gonna round up.
So like a bill roundup or
Yeah.
donate $1, like
Yeah.
I've done with, you lend a hand. Okay, that's a great idea.
Yeah, I would just like
it.
to see if we can explore that and just have that roundup capability on our bills.
And since I've been here, I actually, my customer service manager ran with it. We've got a couple, and the mayor and the manager supported it. We have a couple of programs in place for those that are struggling to have their bills paid for.
I think a roundup option, something to that effect would be great.
But that's fabulous idea.
The other thing too, to keep in mind, your customer notice thing is very important. The other thing you will need to do, if you're gonna raise rates and have public hearing on that, you have to notice every customer in their bill, the time, place, and date of your meeting. So besides the real customer notices, you will have a direct notification to all your customers. Now, just so you know, a condominium in a master meter apartment, a condominium, that guy doesn't, that pager doesn't get that bill that the homeowner association does. That doesn't mean he'll probably know about it, but I still, besides that, I still think any type of public information campaign or notification is well worth it. And so I agree with you.
We have a pretty good
That is
notification
required by state statute.
program.
Well, welcome to council.
Yeah.
Super fun decisions.
Is
Yeah.
this the first meeting? Oh, second, okay.
I wasn't
Not
here for the first one because I was
That's
down with the flu, but these are these moments where it's something we have to do, because the more it gets delayed, the worse it gets in cost, and that things start blowing up on pipe-wise or whatever. Yeah, I don't want to do it at all.
No,
No.
I don't want to tell you.
No.
I don't want to be up here talking about it.
I know you don't, but I am going to tell our residents who are listening, unfortunately, it has to be done, and unless we put it on your property tax, which we're not going to do because there's already enough on there, we're going to have to go this route. Now, just to share with you guys publicly, I'm in a household with 5 people, and we do a lot of laundry, we do dishes. I have children that take way too long of showers and too much hot water, so that's more hot water going.
Yeah, I've been
We
there
do
too.
not have city water sprinklers though, and my bill is an average of like 80 a month. So with the 8.5% plus a $10 fee, I'm looking at about $16 extra a month, about $192 a year. Yes, I am very blessed and I can cover that. However, we are always told by everybody, this is just a cup of coffee cost. Well, some of us don't drink coffee outside, but that's not a cup of coffee cost, and plus everything else is going up. So I think in overall government in our world today, every business and government entity is saying, well, inflation this, COVID this, but they're all saying it. So residents are getting thrown extra fees and inflation at every angle. So I do agree, the easier and nicest way we could do this is that option that is listed on here. I wouldn't mind breaking the first 2 years into a $5 flat fee. Yes, it might delay us another year, but for me, rather than scaring them, they're already gonna be scared. Maybe let's just soften it a little bit. And again, it's not that we have all these millionaires running around, you know, they're buying houses at crazy amounts. We have a lot of people who are here who aren't in that situation. We have retirees, we have single families, we have people trying to put their kids in college, which if you aren't following that, that's not getting cheaper either. So I am very sensitive to any rate increase, and I've said it before, and I wanted to say it again. I very much am gonna hold the village accountable to this needs to sunset as soon as things start getting done, or we find other funds to supplement it. I absolutely wanna see that sunset. I'm gonna come at you, not you, but
I won't be here.
I'm retiring here, and my grandbabies will be here, but if this is still on there in 30 years and it's not being relooked at and
No, I agree.
in an honest way, and it's just kind of floated on there to sneak on there, no. That's,
I agree.
And that's
No,
not the
that's not-
intent.
because
that's not the
again, the
intent.
residents in this state have too much of that sneaky, putting this here, here, and here, because they think you're not gonna see it. No, I'm not gonna do that to residents, so,
That's actually why he floated this idea to us.
okay.
Because,
Provide transparency.
yeah, to provide transparency, to have this separate fee for the capital cost instead of just rolling it into the
Right.
rate
Well, at least
itself.
account for it.
As a yeah, account for it.
Yeah.
But instead of a permanent rate increase where you never see it go down, that it
And I
was a-
appreciate that detail, and it'll be,
Yeah.
I think we talked about that, it'll be
And if it
specifically
doesn't
listed
go
on the
away
water
in
bill.
20 and say it's 30, let's hope not. Why? You know, you'll know. You know, the prices went up another 30, 40%, like, you can't control that, but I think it can sunset at that.
Oh, I think once those pipes are, the plant
Yeah.
and the.
So I'm okay with this as much as it hurts, and I don't want to do it, but I'm okay with doing it because we have to get it done. I am hoping that maybe we can consider the first 2 years splitting that $10 to ease the blow a little bit. And I just want our residents to know that me personally, I mean, we're all in it with you. We're all paying water bills and other utility bills, and we all buy the same groceries, and I'm in it. I go to Publix and everything's up $1 every week, so.
Eggs.
I don't like doing this, but again, looking ahead, I'm not gonna watch our water system blow up either. So, thank you for
Appreciate
putting all this
that.
together. Thank you
Appreciate
for all the conversations we've had, like, the past several months. I know it's not super fun.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah, this isn't fun. Council's always extremely critical of, when we have to consider raising rates, and there's obviously sufficient analysis that has been done here that truly supports the need. And I mean, you guys have been doing this since before I was on council, and I think you've presented 2 plans since I've been on council. This is the 3rd or 4th time I've seen you here, so I mean, it's something we've continually had to revisit and work on. So just 2 quick questions, kind of what Councilmember Satori had brought up was any other funding options, and Marjorie, refresh my memory because it was a while back, but were those other funding options, was that via the county, or I can't remember, because doesn't the county have some like funding or assistance too for people that qualify?
Yes. It's through, so it's funded through the federal government, and it comes, so they direct the money to the counties. That's exactly right, through Martin County and through Palm Beach County. You're exactly right.
Okay, so I do want to make sure really, really advertising that and educating the public so those who need it know that, you know, is out there for them and they can apply. And then if we do break up the recovery, the $10 recovery charge, how much, I think it might have been the slides, what is the total, like how much would we be pushing into the second year?
About $500,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a lot.
Yeah, I'm torn on that because
Yeah.
2024, we're hitting them with 8.5%. Because table 1, this does not include the recovery charge, does it? Or this is just your projection?
No, so table 1 is only the base
Just
fee.
the rate.
Right.
Right, so then you have to add on,
The
you
extra
know,
10.
so,
That's a lot.
So if you look at this chart, Mayor, that our average will go up to about $53 from
Well, just-
40.
yeah.
I think she's talking about the this,
Yeah,
right?
I was looking at this because it
That
breaks it up a little bit more. But yeah, but these ones, you'd have to, the table 1, we
You
would have to add that $10.
$10, yeah.
So it is a big hit, the 8.5% 2024. So
It is.
I'm really torn on that because, you know, like Vice Mayor said, everything's going up, right? People's pool service has gone up. Your, you know, pesticide service gone up. Your lawn, everything's gone up all across the board. Insurance. So it is very impactful, in my opinion. You know,
The thing about utilities, and I don't disagree with you, first of all, I don't disagree at all. But the other thing is when you look at the costs that are in your water department, chemicals, it's not 10% like CPI index, it's 30%. Or more. Electricity has been averaging 10% a year going on, and now they've added the storm surcharges in for a couple of years. FP&L is not get their stuff, get their money. Wages are rising, and the cost of capital, it's higher than inflation. And I totally agree with you, everything is up. I don't know anything that's down, to be honest with you. But how long can we absorb, as a utility, how long can you absorb? That's why we only went with an additional 5. I would have liked to see more personally.
We had to hold them down.
But yeah, she did. Because I just get nervous. I'm more worried about not next year.
Financial
It's
sustainability.
It's the sustainability.
Yeah.
okay. And then you're proposing for us to approve this for 20 years, correct?
I'm proposing you approve it today. It can be 20 years, if it can be shorter, but I'm proposing you approve a $10 capital recovery charge today, and it should go on as long as it needs to go on to do the program. I think
Well,
20
I mean,
is
the
it.
entire plan, the rate increases everything. 'Cause
Yeah.
I guess where
My
I'm going with
proposal-
that
Rate
is,
increases stay there.
Yeah.
right, I don't know if I'm comfortable approving 20 years. Like you said, we're gonna revisit it regardless. Things are gonna change, so I kind of almost rather approve it in like 5-year
But
segments.
see, you can't issue debt with that.
Oh,
What's
okay.
the
Because
minimum?
Matches the debt
20
repayment,
years.
20
That's
years.
20 years.
Yeah, okay.
Got it.
So you need to.
So we do have to approve all
Yeah,
that.
You have to
so
match
so
the-
you, by doing that, you immediately go to pay-as-you-go funding, because
Got
you
it,
can't
okay.
do it. You can always, at any time, if the rates are, let's say you issue debt and the rates are sufficient, you can always reduce or eliminate the $10. If you find it the other way, the costs have gone up more than we ever dreamed, and still a revenue in the system, then you make the decision what to do. Do you keep it on, do you raise it, or, you make that decision? Personally, I would adopt the rate, and then, keep an eye on it every 3 to 5, so you know it's not going away the next 10 years. I'll be very honest with you, it probably won't go away for 20. But, you can still evaluate it and make your decision. I really think that's the right move to do personally. But it's really up to you. But
In my staff memo, I suggested that we look at this every 2 years because I'm still hopeful that things will go down.
yeah.
Because in my career, that's what they've usually done. That doesn't mean that I'm right, but that's my hope, and that we look at it in 2 years.
Okay. All right, any other,
When is the 3.5%, 2024?
October 1st of 2020.
Oh, this year.
Well, that's beginning of fiscal '24.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know. I'm still really more in my gut leaning towards we break up that first $10.
I did make it an option in the staff memo, so it's.
Oh, I saw it.
Yeah.
It was very appealing when I read it.
If you do, again, I'd recommend two.
I know. Oh, no, I would not say any more. I thought you were gonna say you recommend the full thing, which
Well, no,
I
do
understand
recommend
your
the full
viewpoint
thing
in that
personally,
too.
But if you're gonna phase it for the
I mean, we
benefit
aren't
of
even out of May yet and the FP&O bills are already.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm really just
With
like,
the 8%, I can see doing that.
So with the $500,000 that we would not recover.
Right.
With the first year, just we would end up deferring something. And pray that, that we.
maybe there's some in public comment that might help.
We've got, we've got the CIP plan, so, and we've done our best to evaluate the rate, or the risk of failure of the projects, right?
Yeah.
Because you prioritize based on risk of failure for pipes, right?
Right,
And
which
the
you guys have
plant
been doing a good
and-
job. Councilmember Surrey?
Yes, two comments. Did you just say, Marjorie, that if we don't, by cutting it in half and then doing over 2 years versus the 1 year, that would borrowing more money, correct? Is that what you said? We'll
No,
borrow more?
well, so by not recovering that $500,000, that we would not recover by implementing the whole entire, are you gonna be able to say this better than me? Because I'm an engineer.
That's good. That makes sense.
Yeah.
If you defer the increase,
Talk into the microphone.
if you defer the increase, that's a $500,000 lost revenue.
Right.
At some point, you gotta get the money back, whether you defer the project and wait for the other rate adjustments and the $10 to kind of catch up, then you're okay, if you can defer. If you can't defer, you've lost the $500,000. It either gets made up from the rates themselves, or you have to bond it, which takes away the ability then to do future projects. I think that's what you're saying. But
Okay.
I understand putting on your customer hat too. I mean, we're asking a lot. I mean, we're going, I can't remember the number, $13, $14, over 30%.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
And my last question, of the capital recovery, we have 4,579 meters that are either 5/8 or 3/4, and that's, do we have any residential, any residents that are using 1 inch or above? Where it's gonna go to a 25%?
Yeah.
So there's, some of these people are gonna be paying, well, there's the potential of 331 meters, they're gonna be paying a $25 increase.
Yeah.
Not
Well,
just
they're-
10, the
they're
majority of
Most
our.
of those are commercial.
Yeah,
Yeah,
90%,
they're
90%
mostly
of the
commercial.
meters are residential.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
If they have a 1 inch meter, it's typically for irrigation or
Okay.
or they have a, big,
Bigger
a
house.
really big house and they're not worried about the irrigation typically. Not just gonna say everybody,
Understood. Okay,
just
thank
in
you.
my experience. That's-
Right, ready to open up for public comment?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
Any public comment?
Come on, somebody.
No. I've sat through this twice, right at the workshop, and this time I'm still confused. So just let me clarify for myself, okay? So the $10, is that kind of like, this is only going to be used for capital improvements? The 8.5% is going to be used for your running expenses. Okay. Now, if you don't need that 8.5%, say you only go up 5, do you slush it over to the other? I mean, how does that all work? I mean, I'm down to the basic thing here.
That's a very, very good question. That's a very good question.
So wait, Marjorie, is that all your questions, or I'm sorry?
Well, no, I'll
Marcia.
just stand here and listen to them.
Well, I want to be respectful to the public comment time, so do you want to just list off all your questions and then we can answer them, or we can get back to you? Because just for sake of time, I want to give you your 3 minutes, let you ask all your questions, and then we can address them if we have time, or we can have staff get back to you.
Well, the other piece I had was, what happens to the people in the condominiums? So is that one, because I don't understand any of this. So does the HOA get a monthly bill?
Yes.
That's how that works. And then they just divide it by how many units they have, or however they do that. So what do you do about the $10 charge? Okay, so that's the second question. Okay, I'm good.
Thank you, okay.
Both very good questions.
Yes.
I'll try to answer these questions, and if I don't get them right, please.
I will.
I mean, not the answer, I mean the question. The first question was, the 8.5% is applied to operations?
Right.
And the answer is yes. Operations is not just operating expenses. It does include that, remember that graph I had, the
I know,
funding?
it's everything.
That's in there too, that ongoing renewals and replacement, the capital replacement, the membranes at the plant, that's part of operations. Now, you still have to replace the general.
Well, yeah, so
But
you're
we
saying
have
it's
the-
kind of like the regular stuff that you normally, but not the big stuff that you're gonna do.
We're behind on the AC pipe, you're not behind on the membranes.
Okay.
You know, you're
So,
not, you've
but
got.
that's just the running,
So,
what it costs to run the
Marcia,
plant.
can we maybe follow up with some of your questions after the meeting?
Yeah, we can do that.
I just want to be respectful to time for everyone.
I'll answer one more. The condominiums, they get, the homeowner, the HOA gets the bill, and then however they divvy it up, they do, but the $10 surcharge would be in the bill to the HOA, so everybody pays proportionate to their ERCs, the same.
Wait.
Thank you. And if you have any more questions, send them to Jeremy and myself, and you know I respond to everything. Okay, any other public comment? Yes, please. No, come on.
I love public comment.
I apologize. I know you're tired of seeing me up here, but having been in your position, I know it's terribly difficult. And unfortunately, this has, push has come to shove now. And my concern is if you try to delay this, even the 5 and 5, and you're pushing this 500,000 over, nobody's predicting on the next 2-year horizon anything's getting better, right? So now if you push that over and things continue to get worse, who knows what's going to happen, that you need something else fixed you're not even anticipating. So the longer you wait with this, the harder it's going to get. It's not going to improve. And I don't know anybody better at this than Rob Ory and Tom Jensen. And if they're telling you their recommendation is to do it this way, I think you need to listen to them. And I know it's terribly difficult in your position to do that. You all consider your residents first when you're sitting there. There's no way to make this palatable to them, but it isn't going to be any more tasteful to delay it, I don't think. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any other public comment?
It's Tom Jensen. I'm with Kimley Horn. I'm one of your consultants. Probably unusual to have for public comment, but I had to say something. Some of you may not realize I've been doing work here in the village since I came out of school. So it kind of puts things in perspective when I hear Dr. Arrington here looking at lining pipes that I put in the ground for the village and for LRD back when I started. So I've been with the village for a very long time. And I've also been in front of council, not only here, but our old council chambers, back when Tom was here, making a decision back in '92, are we going to be in the water business or not? And it was a tough decision for council back in the day to authorize us to move forward to design your RO plant that came in 2000. A lot of the maps you see here that Marjorie has used, and I've helped staff here put together the CIP based upon my projections as to what needs to be done in the village. Some of those maps were put together by me probably 10 to 15 years ago, where I've had discussions here in council about we should start doing something. So it's nice to see that you guys have all on the same page here that we're going to do something, because a lot of my other clients are doing nothing, and they're in very dire straits. So it's very impressive that you guys are making this decision. It's a tough one for residents, I know, but it's something that everybody has to address. So I really appreciate you guys' input, and thanks for your time. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other public comment? Right, Keith or Jeremy, can you guys guide us on this? Because you still have to bring this, so we're not approving this recommendation, it's still gonna come to us again.
You'd be giving us direction to prepare the appropriate rate resolution or ordinance if we have to change anything in the code. As I think Rob mentioned, there are statutory notice requirements that have to go out, and they go out on the water bills to provide everyone notice that there will be a public hearing when you formally adopt any change to the rate. So action tonight would be to direct staff to bring you back whatever you want us to bring you back in terms of a rate increase and your fee resolution or your ordinance, or both, whatever we need to do.
Okay. Based on everything I've heard and we've discussed in length, even though I was torn on breaking up that recovery charge or not, I am leaning towards listening to our consultants who are the experts and make a recommendation to have staff bring it back to us as proposed on the agenda.
I'm supportive of that.
Likewise.
Can I get a motion?
Yes, a motion to approve the recommendation as presented. Direct staff to come back with in the official legal language.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, moving along. Item 21, resolution number 08-23 for a budget amendment.
Jeremy, we had that PowerPoint we were going to present prior to 21?
Okay.
Yeah.
That one?
Yep. Good evening again. Marjorie and I put together a PowerPoint presentation for capital improvement projects, and this relates to agenda items 21 through 24. 21 includes a resolution for an appropriation of funds as part of the capital improvement project on El Portal, and we'll get into that more during this presentation. 22 is a consideration to approve the piggyback contract with Palm Beach County that was awarded to Win & Sons Construction. That was a competitively bid contract. The previous contract from 2020 was canceled because of price escalations and increases. So Palm Beach County went back out for bid. Item number 23 is consideration for approval for roadway and stormwater capital improvement project in the Country Club community. Main focus is the El Portal Loop. And then item 24 is consideration of approval of sidewalk improvements on Tequesta Drive on the north side from Seabrook Road to Riverside Drive.
Yeah. His alarm's going off.
I think that means it's intermission.
No intermission, let's keep going.
Maybe not.
If you can just move the mouse over to the right. Yeah.
Oh, he's got two computers, jeez.
There you go. Thank you. So just to touch on the roadmap that we started 2 years ago, we started in Area 1 in the purple section. If you look to the east, we completed all of those road improvements, about 16, 17 roads over the last 2 years. And now we're moving to the west, to El Portal, on the left side of the map when you're looking at it. And when we looked at this and when we assessed the roads, we realized when we got to El Portal, it was more than just a road improvement project or just standard milling and paving. This is El Portal. I took these pictures last year during our assessment. This is not a storm event. This is a couple days of rain. This is El Portal Drive. I say a couple days, a couple hours of rain. So Marjorie's going to talk a little bit about the stormwater piece and the stormwater improvements that are going to go in first before we actually mill and pave the road. And the first part of that is going to be the permitting.
So permitting is very exciting, as I'm sure you're aware. And we had to change our permitting approach to go, since we had to hold back the water before it goes into the Loxahatchee River. So we're adding 10 catch basins, 48-inch catch basins instead of just 8. And we're also adding about 60 foot of exfiltration trench. So we had to change our approach. And so there was a slight delay. We had a little redesign. And we have some swale improvements. So we had instead of using our existing permit, we had to apply for a different permit. There are also 15 underground conflicts. So, and the exfiltration trench was not anticipated. We had to add that in. So, well, this just shows, and I don't know how well you can see this, but this just shows the addition of those catch basins and the exfiltration trench. This is also in your packet. If you're just can't sleep at night and you want to look at those engineering drawings, then you just go back into that agenda item and you can look at that and look where the pipes and the exfiltration trenches and the catch basins. So we add when I first got here, we were at 90% design. We were about ready to go. Talking to Doug, we went and walked the site. We realized we needed to add a couple extra catch basins. So, yeah, exactly. So I'm going to turn it back over to you.
Yeah, so in addition to this, we are also going to add sidewalks. So we're always talking about connectivity through the community. When you look at those first pictures and the flooding, and even if we mitigate the flooding, where do the residents walk, right? There's no place to walk. The sidewalk starts at Yacht Club and then continues outside of the country club, but there's no sidewalk within the country club community. So on the south side, we're going to add sidewalk. So we'll have connectivity all around the loop till Golfview Drive. The plan in the future will be to continue that sidewalk. For now, we're going to stop that sidewalk right there at Golfview Drive. We're also going to improve the swales as well on both sides of the road. In addition, we're going to clear the vegetation in the right-of-way to build the sidewalk. Anybody that lives in that or commutes in that area, they're very familiar with that vegetation in that corner. It's a line of sight issue. There's no place for the residents to walk, and that will all be removed. We've already spoken with the homeowners. I started that conversation with them last year. They're well aware of what's coming once this project is approved. Additionally, we'll be adding flush header curbs at all intersections and cross streets to El Portal. This will allow drainage to be evenly distributed into the swales. If we come across any of the driveway aprons that don't meet the existing road profile, we will change out those aprons and we will use the standard approved driveway apron detail. After we complete the stormwater modifications, the swale work and the sidewalk, we will mill and pave the entire loop. So that includes the El Portal, where it turns into Golfview Drive, River Drive, Yacht Club Place, and Pine Tree Place.
And he's turning it over to me. Oh, not until the end. I'm sorry. That's red. No.
I love it, Marjorie. You're so eager.
In your packets as well, for each agenda item that is coming up, we break down the budget, right? So we can get into the different funds when we get into the item, but the most important one there is the drainage improvements Marjorie talked about.
That's where he's turning it over.
Marjorie talked about, we have to appropriate $111,000 for the stormwater modifications. And as Marjorie mentioned, that's because of the exfiltration trenches, the additions of the catch basins and the yard drains. There's also, though, $75,000, if you look at the bottom there, we put in some contingency to collect the existing water main that's a conflict, a line stop, should we need that, trench box, we're going to have a well point system to remove the groundwater while we're digging the pipe, and also in case we don't finish the digging part and we're putting in a trench box that we have to use some steel sheeting across an open road or open trench. So we don't have to come back to council to appropriate additional funding. We wanted them to put that in the project. So that's part of the appropriation.
So hopefully we won't use that, and that'll come off that that negative number, which I hate to see. But.
Yep. And as well, we'll put out a project notification letter to all the residents. This letter will go out to the residents. It'll be posted on the village website. There'll be door hangers. It'll be on the capital improvement webpage. We'll put out alerts with the village clerk's assistance, any major updates or when we're going to start paving, any road closures. So we'll keep the residents up to speed on the project. Another item that you have coming up as well is the sidewalk improvement project that I mentioned. This is on the north side of Tequesta Drive from Riverside Drive to Seabrook Road. If you recall, last year we completed the sidewalk improvements from Seabrook Road to Venus, but replaced about 800 linear feet of sidewalk. We also completed that yellow line in the middle of the map is Seabrook Road. We also replaced all the defective sidewalk to the south of Tequesta Drive on Seabrook. This is the area we're going to be replacing this fiscal year. It's budgeted for 2,090 linear feet of sidewalk replacement, again from Riverside Drive to Seabrook. The sidewalk will be 4-foot sidewalk will be replaced to 5-foot wide at a 6-inch depth. And what we like about the 6-inch depth at 3,000 PSI, when you get a contractor or a car that pulls up in the swale and hits the edge of the sidewalk, that helps mitigate the sidewalk cracking. Will obviously be root burning around the oak trees. These are pictures from the sidewalk, the existing sidewalk right now. Tequesta Drive and Riverside Drive, vegetation removal, we've actually already completed that, but I just wanted to have it here for a visual. Any of the asphalt that runs through the sidewalk will be removed, and the sidewalk will be continuous through all the driveways. All right, that should be sidewalk, not part of the driveway. So that will be remediated throughout the project as well. And the sidewalk improvement cost is in your package as well, coming out of the capital improvement fund. It leaves a balance of about $65,000, which I anticipate coming back to council and using that money in other areas as well. If you have any other questions on those items before we get into the agenda items, we can answer those questions now as well.
Okay, so, great presentation, and thank you for combining them for ease. I am gonna go through each agenda item individually though, so we can just ask questions. And real quick, the budget amendment 21, there's stuff on there that doesn't pertain to this.
Correct.
But there is a couple items that do.
Yep.
So if council is okay with it, can we go through 22, 23, 24 first, and then we can drop back to 21?
I'm fine with that.
All right, so agenda item 22 is consider the piggyback to Win and Sons with the county for
Right, so this
paving
item here,
services and-
I'm sorry?
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, so this item I mentioned before, this is the contract that we're recommending to approve with Palm Beach County. We were on this contract before, it was a competitively bid contract in 2020. And what happened was, with the price escalations, we've talked a lot tonight about price increases. Contractors just couldn't build the projects with the existing rates. So Palm Beach County went back out for bid. Win and Sons was selected as their contractor. And we are presenting tonight to piggyback that contract as well. And what we like about this contract as well, it's, typically you go out for a project, you go out for bid, which we've done before, and then you have a general contractor involved. We're eliminating the general contractor, we're eliminating the overhead, we're eliminating the upcharges. If you look at the bid items in the bid tabulation, it is very tight on pricing. It is line by line by line. There's no overhead in those line items. We're not paying for mobilization. We're not paying for flagging. We're not paying for MOT. That's included in all those line items. So it's really extremely competitive pricing. So basically, we put this contract in, if you approve the contract tonight, we have this contract in place for not only the El Portal construction project, the sidewalk project, and any other construction projects that may arise throughout the village.
Thank you. All right, any council
So
comments?
there's no dollar amount to this contract, there's no guarantee, we're just
Yeah.
piggybacking the contract.
That we can use it.
Yeah.
No, I'm comfortable with everything.
Same.
Fine, yeah.
Okay, any public comment?
Piggybacks.
All right, can I get a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, agenda item 23 is consider approval of the roadway and storm capital improvements in the country club. Were just presented.
Yes, and I know I went through it I went through it quickly, but I just wanted to highlight really the estimates and how we came up with these estimates. So obviously we want to utilize Win and Sons for not only the road work, the milling and paving. Estimate is $415,365 for the road work. Funding is available and budgeted in the Capital 301 Fund. We're also going to utilize Win and Sons for the stormwater modifications, and that is budgeted between two funds for a total estimate of $426,030. We're going to utilize Chen and Moore for construction services and inspections. They will certify the project and sign off on the project. They also put together the plans for the project. In addition, we're going to use an existing contract that we have with Terracon for all the tree removal and all the irrigation repairs. Part of this contract, the contractor is not responsible, Win and Sons would not be responsible for irrigation repairs. Their job is only to cut and cap the pipe. So not only will Marjorie and I be out there during the project and staff be out there watching them, but we will utilize Terracon and those existing contract rates for the tree removal, vegetation removal, and the irrigation repairs. And in addition to that, we'll be using Ingenuity Group just for, surveying and staking the right-of-way. So total project cost, $957,778.73. We have the three accounts listed in there as well. And then in addition, we mentioned about the appropriation of funds, that you'd have to go back to and approve that as well. So that's included in here, that amount, in the total price.
Okay, thank you. Any council comments?
So
or questions?
basically, if you approve this item, you're approving the appropriation of funds as well.
On that portion, yeah.
Motion to approve?
Well, I have to take public comment first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I would just say the sooner we get that done, the better, because that cost just keeps going up every time you guys have been working on this. I know residents in that community about 3.5 years ago came to you and were just asking you, how do we get this corner, this curve safer? And Doug did a great job of not just putting some half-assed thing down. He said, let's do it right, because that whole entrance gets flooded, and then we tie in our other utilities, department head into it, and it became this massive, really well-thought-out project. So thank you for all the hard work, but it's really nice to see it coming, and let's get it done, like now, because that number keeps growing every time I see this.
Yeah, labor costs are up about 10 to 12%, and material costs about 17% compared to the 2020 contract.
Jeez.
Just a quick question. So when I was looking at the engineering drawings, the first thing that popped out to me was like, that is a lot of catch basins in a very short span, and those structures aren't cheap. I mean, I'm assuming did they analyze any other more cost-effective options, or how do we get to having that many catch basins in that short span?
So as I mentioned before, when I got here, it was at 90% design. But I have faith that they looked at that, the design and did, I've worked with Chen Moore before, and that they looked at the design and optimized it. In fact, we had to add 2 catch basins, and went through the permitting process and had to add exfiltration trenches, just to hold the water back, just for attenuation, hold the water before, so it wouldn't go into the rushing into the Loxahatchee River. So.
Okay, so I mean, they did a better job analyzing. Is it because of existing grades or something? I'm just.
Yeah, it's so flat, there's nowhere for that water to go. And so it'll just rush out into, everything drains to the Loxahatchee River or the intercoastal, right? Into the, so it's just the nature of where we live.
If I can just add to that.
Sure.
The water does not get to the existing catch basins, as Marjorie said. The road is flat, there are no swales, so the right-of-way is flat. We have to get that water to the Loxahatchee. And we have 2 or 3 existing catch basins in the area that just do not capture the water.
Okay, so it sounds like it's mostly due to the elevations, and we can't change those to accommodate. Okay.
We have a water table that's 3 feet below grade.
Right, there's not a pond that we can discharge it to, and then, so the catch basins sort of act as a holding place, and the exfiltration trenches do limited, but some level of sort of treatment.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because like say sales catch basins, I see a bunch of dollar signs. I was like, what?
Yeah.
Great, okay. All right, thank you for
The
explaining
nature
that.
of where we live.
Okay, all right, any public comment? Nope, all right, can I get a motion?
All right, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, agenda item 24 is approval of the sidewalk on DeQuesta Drive North from Seabrook to Riverside.
Yeah, that was in the PowerPoint as well, so we're sticking with our 5-year sidewalk improvement plan. We're gonna utilize the same contract that you're approving tonight, and we're gonna replace about 2,090 linear feet of sidewalk. There are some, most 90% of the project, we can widen the sidewalk to 5 feet. There are some areas where we can't, and we will stay to the ADA requirement of 4 feet. Again, we'll do some root pruning around the oak trees that impact the sidewalk. Mentioned the overgrown vegetation. We've already removed that. The only thing left after we replace the sidewalk will be to put some sod down. And ADA mats will be installed at each intersection as well.
Okay, thank you.
And funding is available in 303 and 301. The total cost of the project is $175,370.
Okay, any council comments or questions?
You answered my question. I was gonna ask you some parts of that sidewalk are so, yeah.
Over the place.
But knowing that you aren't just gonna go in and rip all the trees out, that you
No,
you
not
have
at
a
all.
plan to try and mitigate some
That's
of
about a
that.
35-foot section.
Yeah, that's
Where
great.
we're gonna have to root prune,
So,
yeah.
we don't want that. We don't want a
Yeah.
path of sun. But thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
All right, any public comment? All right, can I get a motion?
I'll
Motion
make a
to
mo-
approve.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, now jumping back to 21, which is the resolution 08-23 for a general fund budget amendment, and there are some other items in here besides the ones we just discussed. So Jeff, do you want to just give us a
Good evening,
overview?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. This is our first look at a new method of going and amending the budget. Instead of doing it every meeting, we've decided to give it a try for twice a year. So that's what this is. Government accounting is strange, and that's made a very nice life for me. But it's strange, so when you're looking at the budget amendment, I gave you what fund you have, what we were doing with it, if we use general fund reserves. So in the first one, the general fund, we are using 105,500 from reserves. Those reserves are ARPA funds in this case. So we're moving ARPA funds in for the emergency repairs and stormwater. We're also increasing part-time salaries and related payroll taxes for HR. I hired someone a few more hours, and it was more costly. Leisure service, DeQuesta Fest was over by 17,000 roughly. And then leisure services, the shade structures for the park got damaged in Hurricane Ian, so those are being replaced. The good news is, other than the 105,000 which we're taking from ARPA, all of those others are covered by interest earnings that were in excess of what we estimated. Then we have capital improvement fund. We're taking that 111,000 that Doug was talking about, Mr. Chambers, and we're moving that to the stormwater fund. So that's a double count, because it shows up as an expense or a transfer out in the capital fund and a transfer in stormwater, so it makes it look bigger than it actually is, but that's government accounting. Then we have some water fund projects that we, basically Marjorie talked about a lot of these to you. And out of all of these, they're using $53,000 out of the reserves. The rest are covered by increased revenues. And then finally, the stormwater funds, which Doug covered very well. So there you go.
Thank you. Council comments or questions?
Very, very easy to understand, so thank you for this. I don't know what it was prior, but very easy to understand. Thank you for the explanation of the being covered by the interest earning as well.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Yes, I would say our budget amendment process and the presentations have much improved, so I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, any public comment? Okay, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, where are we? Agenda item 25, Resolution 09-23, which is a resolution to revise our purchasing policy.
Good evening again. I'm quite excited about this. I just reached my milestone first year here. I spent a lot of time evaluating, looking, and seeing what we might improve, and talking with the village manager, who gives great feedback and great vision. We're looking at, the big changes are raising our limits up to 25,000 for department directors to be able to purchase things, and up to 75,000 for the village manager to approve. We added some definitions, talked a bit about emergency purchases, and just better defined what's going on besides the changes in the rates. We're still looking to get the best value for our money, so that's not going to change. Also, talking about our purchase orders. If we issue a purchase order and we have a signed contract, or we've ordered the goods or services, you don't really get two bites of that apple. Once we sign that contract or make that order, we have to continue on, so the budget would roll, and we'll just be presenting you at the December meeting which our POs rolled and what the budget was. I think that'll be a little clearer, and then it will take up some confusion, I believe. And other than that, that's kind of the high points.
Okay, thank you. Council?
No comment.
No comment either.
I guess my question is there a problem that's not working now with where the numbers are now, other than inflation and COVID and all those same?
Yeah, and the supply chain and the being able to shop local, those things we're trying to adjust so that we can get that accomplished. What we find, and I know you know this, is if you have your rates too low and you go out for bids, nobody really bids on it but the one person who wants to really jack the price up and isn't doing anything that day, because it's expensive to bid for companies, so they don't bid for the smaller jobs unless they make a huge profit. So this is just trying to get us work through that. And then also with some of the vehicles we've been trying to purchase, by the time we found them, Doug found them, we came back and asked for them, they were sold or gone. So it kind of encourages, or it makes us a little more fleet of foot without really damaging or slowing down what we should be doing.
I don't know, I guess, so Jeremy, is there a way to word this to where certain things could have a higher purchase level, such as like a vehicle?
So you could, I think
Like single it out?
So I think there's two parts to this. Even we did some research, and I sent you guys what other cities have done, is I think, our practice has always been that we bring everything to council. Even if it's been approved in the budget, we still bring you the truck. And so I think the threshold is not as important as if we approve something in budget, it's approved, and I can sign off on it, versus, the threshold and what we're bringing to you. So I think that's probably the rub that we've been doing, that has made things a little difficult, or slows the process down. So typically, like most cities, if it's approved in budget, let's just say the pavilion at Tequesta Park that's approved it in budget, I still had to bring it to you guys because it was $30,000, even though you guys already approved it in the budget. And so that, it's kind of like taking a second bite at the apple, and so that kind of slows the process down. Town of Palm Beach does do that. They have I think it's mechanical up to $50,000, and then, so they have three different things, construction up to 100, I think, and so they do tier it. You could do it that way. I mean, I would wonder what, you know, what the value you're getting out of that, because, you know, we can't, even at $75,000, it has to be a budget item. Like, I have to have money in the budget to expend, otherwise I have to bring it back to you. So even though there's a car for $55,000, if it wasn't in the budget, I can't buy it, because we'd have to do a budget amendment for that. So, you know, I think there's still a lot of transparency in this process, you know, and I'm obviously looking for that. We don't want to not be transparent. So the things that we'd be purchasing have been approved in the budget.
So my other question I was thinking of, when we were given other cities' threshold numbers, and Stewart, I believe, was 50?
75.
75, oh. Who was the 50? I know, there was, okay. Jupiter has the 50, and they're a much larger city. And I'm sure that they are buying vehicles on their fleets as well, like rotating them. I mean, are they not having an issue getting vehicles?
I'm sure they are.
Again, are we the only ones having issues getting things quicker?
Nope.
And nobody else really has a $75,000 limit? I don't know.
But you've seen on that list, and I made a note to most of those, if it's approved in budget, they don't have to come back. So even like Lake Park, I think it's
Okay.
$15,000. But if it was approved in budget, then they didn't have to bring it back for council approval. So that's the difference of what we're talking about here.
Okay.
Is it's, you know, we have had a practice of, even though it's approved in the budget, I still have to bring it back to you guys. And so I think that's the difference. And so most of those cities that I sent you, that's their policy.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying and having the discussion.
All right, and yeah, just to be clear, this is only for previously approved budget items that are 75,000 or less. So even if it's approved in the budget, if it's over 75,000, we are still seeing it. And everything will still go on the consent agenda.
Right.
So, you know,
The 25 to 75 would come back to you in a consent form.
Yeah.
So if I did sign
That's
up
all
for a
right.
car for 55,000, you will see it the next month in consent. And, you know, while it was already approved, you can tell me don't ever do that again. I mean, type of
well, I
thing.
think that was kind of my next comment. I don't see a downside, and I can say we will still be seeing this on the consent agenda. And if it gets to a point where we're starting to question items that are on the consent agenda and pulling items for discussion, then we realized maybe we need to revisit this again. And sometimes there's nothing wrong with doing that. So we can monitor it that way. What if it is a approved budget item within that price range, but the final cost is over budget?
So I
Would it
think-
then come to us?
So I think we talked about this scenario a little bit. So if you're talking about like if it was under 75,000 or what, give me your scenario.
Yeah, so
again.
so within the 25 to 75K range, say you had a budget for 50,000 for something, but it came in at 60, would we see it if it's over budget?
So I think we talked about throwing caution in the wind and just bringing it back to you. So if it, you know, I think, you know, if it was like a $55,000 and it came out at $60,000, I think we talked about, you know, throwing caution in the wind, just bringing it back to you guys just to make sure. So I think, did you have anything to add
We
to
would
that?
we would have to have appropriation authority, so something else would have had to come in under, or that we'd have to have the authority to spend the money before we could get it. So we wouldn't overspend our budget and then come to you and say, hey, you gotta fix this for us. We would,
Right.
we'd either tell you up front that we needed more money, or we wouldn't buy it until you approved it, knowing that there will be a budget amendment coming afterwards.
Okay, that did not stand out to me in this updated purchasing policy. I mean, does that need to be added, or is that already in our processes?
That's in my process.
Okay, so I guess, I mean, I don't know if it can be added, just so it's clear on here, that if it's,
I'll
if
look
it
for
comes
this.
in over budget, we would still see it, even if it's within that price range.
Yeah, if it's going to require us to come for a budget amendment, if we have some appropriation authority and it's $5,000 more, we may buy that and then come and tell you this was $5,000 more than we had budgeted. But we had savings in this purchase over here, so we used it.
Okay, and then I don't know if this is related, and maybe I'm not understanding legal speak, so this might even be a Keith one, but under exceptions, there is sentence that was added that says, "The approval of the village council shall not be required for any interim payment when the full cost has been previously approved in the village's adopted or amended budget." And it's an exception, so can you explain that to me?
Yeah, let me find it.
Do you have the page number on it?
It's on page 15. And it doesn't reference like between that cost threshold, so I just, like I said, I wasn't able to wrap my head around what that exactly meant. Because it was under general exceptions from the threshold requirements.
Okay, for any interim payment where the full cost has been approved. So if we're making periodic payments, we're not gonna come back and ask for periodic payments, was the idea behind it.
Do you do that now? Or I guess,
No.
does that mean like cumulative, it would be over 75,000 at the end of the day, but since it's released, in chunks that we wouldn't see it? I'm sorry, I'm just having a hard time understanding this one. I just want to make sure we're covered. And if council
Yeah,
understands what I'm trying to ask,
Do you have a
please chime in.
scenario? Do you have a scenario you could use as an example?
Yeah.
So let me give it a shot, Jeff.
Okay.
So if we approved $150,000 expenditure and we broke the cost up, maybe it's a construction contract and it comes back where it's, 50 and what is that? I don't forget what I even said, what the $150,000 and one was 50 and one was 100, it wouldn't require that because we've already approved the overall thing. So I think that's what it's referring to. If you can correct me if I'm wrong, if you think that's
Yes, sir,
incorrect.
that's what I was trying to get to.
So multiple pieces pertaining to the same thing.
Right, that
but
was already
different.
been approved as a whole,
As
as
a
a whole
whole.
project.
Okay.
That's what it says.
So it's saying that we would see it or wouldn't see it?
It would not be required if you've already approved a $150,000 contract, and then, we broke the payments up into two different things, even though it would fall over the $75,000 threshold, you wouldn't be required because you've already approved it once. It's kind of like, almost like a budget item. You've already approved it, you wouldn't have to come back for the second one, if you broke the payments up.
I'm not sure if I like that clause.
All right, you want to
What are council thoughts? I'd just like to hear everyone else's thoughts.
I don't see it how you see it. I'm comfortable with, if it's under the example Jeremy gave, if we approved it in the budget for $150,000, and Jeremy can approve up to $75,000, the line item that we're approving is $150,000. So we're not exceeding it, because if it came in at 150, if we adopt this, well, I understand it, we're adopting it based on if it's approved in the budget, then it's approved. It'd only be if the individual line item was in excess. So if we did a $50,000 and a $100,000, say, it came in at $110,000, or let's say a $65,000 issue, and it was or $80,000 issue. I just think if it's approved, I don't care if it's broken up into two different numbers. I don't, even if one of those numbers does exceed the $75,000, because in totality, we did the 150. And how we paid it, for whatever reason, maybe the vendor wanted to build 2/3, 1/3. So I'd be comfortable with it because we're still approving, we've already approved that total cost. That line item is 150. And I don't see the need to bring it back to us to see that, just because one of those amounts is over 75.
That's how I understood it as well, yeah.
But you would see it in the consent agenda, you would see it. And
Yeah.
it would be-
Yeah,
If
of
you
course.
didn't like what we had done or proposed to do, it's easy to say, stop it, we stop it.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, for me, as long as it's towards the same
Yeah.
item, like same material,
That's been approved in
project,
the
whatever it
budget, yeah.
is, and it's not just sneakily putting money here and there.
No, we're not doing that.
I'm fine with that, because sometimes we might have to do two different vendors or sources to get something done. And it was approved at a larger cost, and you guys are finding a way to make it work with two different entities or vendors, whatever, but as long as it pertains to the same
Right.
thing.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we had wording for that to make sure that happens, but I don't want to see car here mixed with construction, this and that. No, for me it has to be. But again, it'll be approved in the budget.
And then consented.
I mean,
and
that's the
like-
part you're telling me that's really kind of only making me a little more comfortable with it, based on our conversation, was that these are things that are approved in the budget.
Well, I think the other part, and I think what the Mayor Young said, I think is important, is if you guys get to a point where you're seeing a lot of them, or you want to revisit this, let's revisit it at some point, you know? I mean, I think that's, you know, we're trying to solve a problem or make things better. I mean, if it doesn't appear that it's doing that, then let's revisit it later, so.
All right, so first time it doesn't go well.
It'll go right.
Okay.
Okay. All right, any public comment? Mr. Radford?
I have a concern about some of the thoughts I heard expressed here about, you know, well, if you approved it in the budget, then it's A-okay to spend that 100,000 or whatever the number was. It's been my experience that councils don't necessarily dive in deeply in the budgetary process. Their main goal is this gonna make the tax rate go up, or is this fee gonna go up? They don't dive into the, you know, is 100,000 too much or too little for this thingamajig? And so I wouldn't bank on that. I think you should think about the adequacy of, well, you approved it in the budget, so we can spend 100,000 for the thingamajig. Well, what if there was a disaster and you don't want to spend 100,000 anymore? You got to stop it. But, you know, you got to think the budget is not a save-all thing for the adequacy of a purchase that's being approved, you know, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 months after you went through the budgetary process. The world changes, and so just to keep that in mind.
Thank you, Mr. Bradford. And Jeremy and I actually had that exact conversation, because when talking about this, you know, I was like, well, this increase in this kind of, you know, shifts the risk a little bit on staff more if we purchase it, but then it also puts more risk on us for making sure that we are doing a good job reviewing the budget if we're allowing this increase. So we had that exact conversation, and I think council needs to be aware of that. You know, the increases are, we are approving at a time of budget now, so we have to really make sure we're doing a good job, like I know we all will do, going, you know, through every line item and really understanding it, so. Okay, any other council comment? And do we need to make an amendment to make sure it's clear, because I think we can approve it with the amendment, and that can be the motion, that it's clear that if a cost comes in over budget, that we will see it?
Yeah, we can make that adjustment if you want to make a motion with that to make sure that it's included in the document, and we will point out where that is in the document.
Okay, so I make a motion to approve, and if any item comes in over the budgeted amount, to have it come back to council.
Okay,
Second.
all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Agenda item 26, ordinance number 09-23, first reading, and this is to formally increase that threshold. Keith?
Thank you, Mayor. Ordinance 0923, ordinance of the Village Council, Village of Tequesta, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 2, Administration, Section 2-81, Village Manager, Authority and Duties, to increase village manager's contract execution threshold from $25,000 to $75,000. Providing each and every other section, subsection of Chapter 78, Chapter 2 shall remain in full force and effect as previously adopted, providing conflicts clause, severability clause, authority to codify an effective date. And for other purposes, this is first reading. This conforms the code to the policy that you just approved.
Council?
No, ma'am.
All right, any public comment? Can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Agenda item 27, consider approving a new procurement card from PNC Bank.
Fantastic. This move has a two-prong benefit. First benefit is we issue cards here now. We use Bank of America. We issue cards to a department. We'll have 1 or 2 cards to a department. I found this out relatively early when I got here. I got a call from the bank asking me, did you purchase clothes? Well, I hand my card around to people because that's how we do it, how we did do it, if this all works out. And I had to hang up with the bank and go ask all the staff, did you order clothes from this company? And sure enough, it was a fraudulent charge. But if everyone who has their own card, well, it's the old saying, when everyone's responsible, then no one's responsible. If it's my card, I'll be able to tell you every day what I've charged on it. And, you know, I'll be able to hold myself accountable, or you will be able to hold myself accountable if something goes wrong with that card. So I like that part. The other prong is we get a rebate. We can get a small rebate from using this new vendor. So I'm excited about that. And it was the lowest annual spend to get a rebate. So this made them quite attractive also. Plus, we're not responsible if somebody steals it and we don't catch it, because we are responsible for bank reconciliations and things, which we do daily here, and it's very impressive, by the way.
Okay, thank you. Any council comment?
We reconcile these, Jeff, on a monthly basis, each card? Or-
Yeah, these cards, they'll be every month. Everybody that has one, I have a policy that I'll be trying to bring forward to you on June 8th, next month, with the policy on how to use it. One of the pieces is, you know, these are all the things. You're gonna have training, you're gonna be signing it, you got the training. And then if you misuse the card, you're authorizing us to take it from your paycheck, mostly up to a certain point.
I guess that's really the only question I was thinking was the legal side of it is if someone misuses the card, are we pulling
Gotcha.
from the taxpayers or are they gonna be responsible for their oopsie? Yeah, okay.
So this is just, just to clarify this is just the procurement card, the process that he went through to select a vendor and pick the card. We will be bringing a policy back to address some of the issues that he was talking about. This particular card allows us some more online access to be able to, for staff to look at their accounts and some of the features that, the Bank of America system that we have now does not provide for us. And then he did talk a little bit about the second process, which made these guys appealing. So this is really just about the procurement of the procurement card. And so not necessarily the policy, which we can have that discussion when that comes back next month, if you guys want to get into that part of it.
Hear that?
Okay, any public comment? Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, agenda item 28, consider approval of agreement with Public Utility Management and Planning Services.
Yes, Marjorie Craig, Utilities Director, and this title kind of has a high POG index, but I took it directly from the consultant's title. Really what it is, it's materials, data, and mapping services with our GIS consultant in support of the lead and copper rule. So the lead and copper rule that EPA put out, they're just busy putting these rules out, that we must inventory our service lines. So as a part of that, we can evaluate our existing service lines in our GIS system. And I want to make this, I want to be as descriptive as possible, but be as short as possible, so that I don't take up too much time. But we're working with our GIS consultant and with our in-house staff, who will be doing uncovering the service lines and evaluating the materials, and then collecting that information and putting it into our we'll be putting it into our GIS system, and this contract will be a part of that data collection service. So that's, in a nutshell, what it is, and we're taking it out of engineering services.
Thank you. Council?
No
Any
comment.
public comment? Okay, can I get a motion?
Motion to approve?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Agenda item 29, consider approval of award and execution to B&B undergrounding for water main replacement.
Last but not least, this agenda item was last brought to you in February for approval of authorization. This is the project which I've referenced in the financial sustainability model, where it came in at 3.6 million, and it's 3.56 million, and the original engineer's estimate was 2.2 million for both Country Club Drive and Tequesta Drive. After conducting that financial model and reevaluating all the CIP projects, we determined, based on our risk analysis, that we could defer the Tequesta Drive project. That pipe is not as at risk of failure as the Country Club Drive, and so we went back to the contractor, and they were willing to do the project without the Tequesta Drive part. So we're going to defer that project, and we're bringing forward the completed contract back to you. It's fully executed by the contractor. It's been reviewed by legal as to form, and we would like to award this project. It's been blessed by DEPs for award, and we have money in the budget for this project to award it. Are there any questions?
You were busy.
Oh, my gosh, yes, this has been quite a council meeting.
Just for our residents who are listening, we are
Moving the
doing
ball
so
forward.
much in our water area and storm drainage.
Any other council comments?
It's a lot of work.
Or questions?
No comments.
Just a quick one. I know sometimes when you reduce scope, cost increases, but this looks like it's a lump sum, but it's still subject to the unit price. So is it still a unit price and we didn't lose, and the unit prices are the same, so we're not really being affected by the reduced scope?
So both the engineer and I looked at the prices. I also had Tom kind of look at them too, and everything, everything seems to be, we did not appear to be affected where it went up, like you're talking about, because it had the unit price, exactly what you said.
Okay. Great. Okay.
I was worried about that too.
With approval, we will coordinate with Loxahatchee, so we're not both out there at the same time. And so it may be we line everything up for, August, which is post, Loxahatchee River District work. But Marjorie will coordinate with them and try to get this done and get it moving.
Yeah, I appreciate that you allowed them to do the night work, because that will not further delay this project.
And they'll hold their costs till August?
I'm sorry?
The contractor will hold their costs until August?
Yeah, yes, because by the time that we issue the notice proceed and the materials and do all the, shop drawings, we'll be okay.
Okay.
And we'll work with LRD to make sure we're not, and notify the residents, and DEP will want to be a part of all of this, because this is part of the first tranche of the state revolving loan.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any public comment? Okay, can I get a motion?
Motion to approve?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, agenda item 30, the 2023 governmental assembly appointments. Lori, do you want to walk us through this one?
Okay, so these are committees that council serves on each year. And in the right-hand column, that is who is currently serving on this committee. And so we need to go through and determine who wants to serve over this next year. We generally have a representative as well as an alternate. And in your agenda backup, there were meeting descriptions that outline what these meetings take, what they're about, and when they take place, and what the meeting takes. So for the Palm Beach County League of Cities General Membership Meeting, currently it's Molly Young and Frank Piambra serving on that. So we need to determine if you want to continue on that, or
Yeah, so I'm always there because I'm on the board, and our board meetings are right before the general membership, so I'll stay on that. But that is open, anyone can come for the general membership, so you don't have to be, on here. And I don't even think we really need a second on that, since it's open to anyone.
Okay.
For the League of Cities, this is the annual conference where a representative from the
again, since I'm on the board, I'm there, but.
Usually mayor does that though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, but regardless, anyone's welcome to come to that conference as well.
The next item is the Palm Beach Countywide Coastal Council. They currently,
That's me.
is serving on that.
This is a group that like never gets together.
Should we remove them?
I mean, what if they ever get together? I mean, it's up to you. It doesn't bother me because they don't really.
So just leave you on there, leave it, and
Yeah.
leave it as is, okay.
Because I know Mr. Arena used to be on that and they just never.
Okay, moving on, we have the North County Intergovernmental Coordination Committee. Currently, we have Mayor Young and Frank Amber on that as well.
Are you cool with staying?
Yeah, I think maybe they've had 2 or 3, so, I mean, it's not a lot.
Is it usually in the morning or afternoon, like
It's
lunchtime?
like usually late morning.
Late morning? So just so you guys know, like first thing in the morning, like 8 AM, that just does not jive with my schedule.
can do
Anything
mornings.
during the day when like kids are at school or lunches, those are great for me.
What about, I mean,
So-
Frank isn't here, would anyone want to be the backup on that one?
I'll be back up on that.
Okay.
We're on North County Intergovernmental Coordination Committee?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so we have Mayor Young and Sephora. The next one is the Northern Palm Beaches Cultural Alliance. Lori serves as the representative, and Deborah Telford has served as the alternate for many, many, many years.
And I'm still on that board, so I am still gonna be going. That is mostly a group of people that are part of the arts, like the Lighthouse Art Center, the Jupiter Art Committee, anyone, like someone from the Maltz is there, and they just get together and share basically what they are doing in that month. And so like through COVID was an interesting time. They shared what was working for them, what they could be doing. They have speakers come to help them. So it's more of a social networking thing for them, anyone in the arts to help each other. So you guys are always more than welcome to come tag along and
The next item is the Palm Beach North Chamber, and these meetings are really open to anybody, I believe, to come.
Yeah.
But, council likes to have a representative at these meetings when possible. So for the business before hours, it's been, Molly and, Kyle was the alternate to attend if mayor couldn't attend. And then Aaron Johnson was supposed to be doing the business after hours, and I don't know if anybody has been attending those.
I don't think so. I'm fine to stay as a breakfast, those hours work for me, but again, anyone can come to that, so.
Yeah, I'm happy to be the alternate in place of Kyle. I think I'm already a member, to be honest, but not through Village Quest.
yeah. So you might just be there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does anybody want to represent for the business after hours?
That-
It's not a requirement, it was just something the council wanted to have somebody.
I'll go if I'm ever free. It depends on my sports schedule for fall.
Yeah,
Because I don't even know what that schedule is until the week before.
right.
So I'll pop in once in a while.
The next one is the Palm Beach North Economic Development Committee. Kyle was the representative and Lori was the alternate, so do we have?
He was good about that, so I never was called. 8:30 is not, what was it, fourth Thursday of every month?
That was an 8:30 AM one too.
Yeah, no, I would like to stay as the alternate if somebody else would like to be the main.
I don't mind.
Okay, you can go ahead and take it.
You want to wrestle?
I work there, so I'm very familiar with what they do, so. I used to work there, so.
And then if, whatever they talk about, if you just share it with us in council comments at regular meeting and just keep us in the loop.
So
Yeah.
Patrick is the rep. and
I'm happy to do
Lori is
that.
the alternate.
Yep.
We also have to think of Frank, don't we?
I saw him on.
Palm
I
Beach
thought I was
North
the alternate on lunch.
Chamber Governmental Affairs. Currently, it's Molly with Frank as the alternate.
Why don't we just leave Frank there? Unless you
Yeah,
want to
and I've been doing it, it's, most of the people on there are the mayors, so, yeah, I mean, I've been doing it for,
Palm Beach North Chamber Environmental Subgroup / Sustainability Subcommittee. Lori is the representative, Molly is the alternate.
Yeah, we flip-flopped. Again, if somebody else, again, this is more of a networking social group. Different representatives get together and they share, and they usually meet at a business or they have a local service provider come present how they are trying to be more green and earth-friendly. So really just networking and learning from each other. It's no voting on anything or anything like that. But it's first thing in the morning. Super fun.
Yeah, that one became hard for me when they started meeting in person again.
Yep.
So I would like to be removed from that one.
And they do meet kind of all over the county. So that's what makes it challenging for me.
I'll be the representative for that.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. And again, that's it's more of like that fun vibe. They're sharing, they're networking, and then if they're doing anything that was intriguing environmental wise, you could always share it with our EAC or Jeremy, and then he can just and we can brainstorm.
Do we want to have an alternate?
So I could be the alternate. That way, in case you ever get sick or something with work comes up.
And we have, are we still doing this, the environmental committee, are we having a representative and an alternate on that?
So I know there's been talk of it changing to a staff member. I don't know how you feel about that, Vice Mayor and Jeremy.
I would support that. And the reason why I would support that is being one of the elected officials that votes on some of the things that they bring forward. I don't always agree with something they're bringing forward, which is not a bad or good thing. It just, I don't want to see any council member maybe get into the lobbying kind of position. They right now, so again, this could change in the future, but right now they do have a great leader that pays attention to what council is discussing. So I think they get good updates, and then Jeremy is very good about keeping in touch with them and listening on their meetings as well. So I feel like a staff member could actually maybe help relay information to Jeremy and work, because it always goes back to staff anyways before it comes to council. So it's just kind of, and everyone can listen to their meetings, and that's, I just don't want to see a council member get into a favored position or anything like that. I just think we should all be involved with them, since they are one of our groups too.
I'm
We all should
supportive
be-
of that, to make it
we
a
should all
staff,
be
as long as
involved.
it can be done appropriately and not taxing, our staff does a lot, so.
So we'll put staff and then Jeremy can make that appointment. And those meetings are now live streamed too, so.
Mhm.
Okay.
So now we all can listen.
Cool.
Okay, so with all of these that we just talked about here, it's important that if you are unable to attend a meeting, that you let my office know so that I can reach out to the alternate. That doesn't always happen, and it would be helpful if you could give the alternate some, a day or two notice, so that if they have to prepare something, they do have time to do that, because I know that there have been some instances in previous years where that didn't happen, so, it made it difficult for the alternate. So the last ones here are the voting delegates for the Palm Beach County League of Cities. Right now, we have Molly Young as the voting delegate and Frank as the alternate. And you said you're on the board, I believe, so you want to keep that?
Yeah, I think we can keep
For
those.
that and the League of Cities?
Yeah.
Okay. What about the alternate delegates?
We'll just leave Frank.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that organizes those, and I'll send you out an updated sheet to everybody.
Okay, and then two others to bring up. So we used to have the Loxahatchee River Management Coordinating Council on this list, but the utilities director took over it. So Matt did, and now she's gone, I think, but Marjorie attends those. So I want to let you guys know about that, and that Marjorie attends them because of the format. It's most appropriate for her to attend those. And then the other one, because Patrick, I think you had mentioned you had interest in Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council. So that's not on here because you have to be on that council. I would attend them sometimes via Zoom, but you're just listening in. You're not there as a member. You're listening in as public. I've missed the past couple. They're very long meetings. And Keith, are you there?
They're trying
Aren't you
to-
their legal counsel?
Yeah.
Okay,
They're-
I can see you ever, so now I'm just getting them all mixed
They're
up. But
trying to get better about some of there have been more than one or two occasions where they've gone past noon, which is a lot for.
What time does it start?
For that meeting, 9:30.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, for
But
what
they're
it's
trying to
worth-
get, they are working with their executive director to be more efficient in the meeting presentations.
I was asked to apply months ago, and I did apply for a gubernatorial position. I have not heard back from them, which I don't know what that means. But, so I'll just throw that out there. I don't know if I do get accepted, I don't know if that qualifies for what we're trying to do here, but I would not, it wouldn't be as a Village of Tequesta council member. It'd be in a gubernatorial position, so.
And I think that's why it was removed, because I may be wrong, but wasn't Abby actually on their board? They asked her to be on the board at one time.
Yeah, and the municipal and county appointments are made through the League of Cities in the county, so you wouldn't make that appointment. It would be through the league, not the gubernatorial
Yeah,
appointees, but.
and I asked, what's the gentleman's name? With,
Tom?
Tom.
Lanahan?
No.
Dana.
Dana, I asked,
Dana
or
Little.
we went through this whole exercise. I asked Dana, and I notified him that I may be on, because this was before I was on council, and there were no issues as far as that from their end, but again, I haven't heard back, so. No, I don't know what that means. I haven't accepted failure yet.
Well, if you do get on, let us know, and it'd be great to get updates from those meetings, because
Okay.
they do talk about a lot of good stuff there.
That's all for the government and assemblies. You still have
Oh,
your,
man.
healthcare stuff.
Yes, do we need to make, we don't need to make a motion on
Is
30,
there council
or-
consensus for all of the appointments you discussed?
I consent.
Then in my opinion, that's sufficient.
10 o'clock.
for
That's
those.
too much for
Sure.
me.
It's a late meeting. Okay, last agenda item, I promise. It was yesterday, Senator Harrell called and informed me that we should send a letter advocating for funding of the Dover Ditch project, because it did make the budget. Last year, the governor vetoed millions in projects, so it's really important that we're still advocating up to the 11th hour. Staff was so kind to put this letter together last minute. I wanted to be able to get it in front of council to make sure you guys are on board before we send it.
I am good with this letter.
Yeah.
Good.
Good.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve the support letter to the governor's office?
I make a motion to approve the letter to send, yeah, you know.
Second.
We know, it's late. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, the really, really, really last agenda item, any other matters? Council?
No, nothing for me.
No.
No.
I really don't want to keep us here longer, but I do have just two minor to bring up. So one, I know we all received an email from Susan over at Beach Road, who they are working on a coastal resiliency project to repair the damaged mangroves, and they want us to consider support if they need it at some point. I was thinking it might be good to add this as a workshop agenda, invite them to come and present the project and the whole scope, so we can really understand if is the whole thing in our jurisdiction, is none of it in our jurisdiction, is all of it, like, because I don't, from her letter, it was hard to tell the full
Yeah.
scope of it. So if you guys agree,
Absolutely.
let's add that to workshop and invite them.
They're studying options at the moment. They don't actually have a project.
Okay. Well, when they're ready, we'll reach out to them and let them know, and then when they're ready, they can let us know, and we'll invite them.
I just know I have some logistical questions for them, based on the area that it's in. I just, for
Okay.
government, not our money, taxpayer money, but for larger projects coming from our overall taxpayer money from the larger government, I have concerns over spending money that something might not stick.
Okay.
I have logistical questions.
All right, well, I'll let them know, and then, yeah, when they're ready, they can come present. And something else I wanted to bring up, I've had this on my list of items to potentially, for us to consider discussing. So, at the Jupiter Lighthouse, it's been a while ago, they installed a living shoreline there and a new observation deck. And so living shoreline is kind of like riprap areas and mangroves, and it's to protect the shoreline from, storm surge, erosion, all that stuff. So, and the Dover Ditch project, I mean, that's a living shoreline we're creating too. And they've been really successful projects. And I know that Jupiter does have in their ordinance, living shoreline requirements for, residence properties. I don't know the extent, I haven't looked in the ordinance, but I wonder if that's something the council would want to be educated on living shoreline, and see if it's something that we would want to educate, at a minimum, educate residents about. They're like, hey, this is a really great option when your bulkhead is at the end of its useful life and you have to replace it. Instead of, installing a new bulkhead, you could do this living shoreline.
Yeah.
I mean, it's interesting when I'm sure you guys have all been along a boat up and down the river. So when you're heading north, you can see on one side, it's all living shoreline in front of homes, and on the other side, it's bulkhead. So I thought it might be a good avenue to at least get educated on, to see if we want to, at a minimum, promote or, educate the residents on it, or even potentially add it to our ordinance.
Sure. I think it's a great idea.
It's an interesting concept, and in my travels and my government conversations with internationally, islands have the same issue right now. They have living shorelines, restoration projects, and then you got the
Seawalls, yeah.
yeah, and those aren't necessarily withstanding time either. So we all share that water issue.
Are there incentives available if you do a living shoreline versus so that'd be something interesting.
Yeah. I think,
Looks a heck of a lot better.
so Jeremy, can you add both those to our ongoing list? And then with the living shoreline, I think Jupiter Inlet District could come present. And then, let's get Jupiter's ordinance and see what it says. We'll start that conversation. Okay, that is it. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. I'm trying to mix it up a little bit.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
No, I don't know. They might not.